We are on the record. State of Idaho versus Brad Compher, KCR 2014-12727. We have Janice Price and Jonathan Radford for the state. Riley Fry, Gary Proctor, and Scott Andrew for the defendant, and the defendant are present in the courtroom. We are outside the presence of the jury at this time. Any issues we need to raise or consider, counsel, before we bring the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Reiner, bring the jury in, please.
All right.
Sorry. Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. All members of the jury have returned from the evening recess and are seated in the jury box. Will state waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the defense waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Leon Holmes.
All right, sir, if you would come up here, stand in front of Ms. Holm here to my right, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony I'm about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat in the witness box, please. Mr. Holmes, have you testified in court before?
Yes.
All right, so just a few reminders. Make sure you're not talking over the attorneys, okay? So let them finish asking their question of you before you begin your answer. Don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. If you do, I'll remind you or ask if that's a yes or no, okay?
Yes.
And don't feel like I'm trying to pick on you, all right? Very good. All right. Who's going to inquire?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, proceed, Mr. Trammell.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. For purposes of the record, will you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Leon Jeffrey Holmes, Holmes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I want to direct your attention back to September of 2004. Where were you employed in September of 2004?
With the Pocatello Fire Department as a Bannock County Ambulance Service paramedic.
And can you briefly describe to the jury your training as a paramedic with the fire department at that time?
I had been a paramedic for about 10 years. We are trained on site in Idaho Falls at that time. Training varies every couple of years. Idaho Falls one time, Pocatello next time. We get about 4 months of bookwork training and then about 6 months of field training after that. And then, of course, the 10 years of experience that I had.
So in September of 2004, you had 10 years of experience as a paramedic?
Yes.
Right, I want to direct your attention specifically to September 28th, 2004. Were you on duty with the Pocatello Fire Department at that time?
Yes.
All right. Did you receive a call to respond to a house on Poline Road?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that call?
We responded to a person, female, who was presumed to be deceased at that time.
And how did you respond to that residence on Poline Road?
In that case, we would respond as if they were still viable, so we would respond aggressively with lights and sirens and get there as quickly as we could.
Were you in a fire truck?
I was in an ambulance.
In an ambulance?
Yes, and then a fire truck responded with us as well.
And do you remember what time of day you responded to that home on Pole Line Road?
I don't remember exactly the time of day.
Do you remember responding to that home?
Yes, I remember the home. I remember pulling into the home.
And what happened after you pulled into the home? What did you do?
I grabbed the monitor, and I'm pretty sure that I had Devin Christensen grab the drug box, and him and I went and entered the home.
And what happened after you entered the home? Where did you go?
We went directly back to the where the victim was or body to assess her.
And what did you observe when you saw a body?
She was face down with her knees underneath her body, and there was obviously modeling and pooling, and then I grabbed her ankle to check for rigidity, or so that's what we did.
So, Mr. Holmes, when you say modeling and pooling, can you describe that a little bit to the jury? What do you mean?
It's a condition like when the heart stops beating and the body sits in one place for a time, the skin becomes discolored, and then it has multiple different colors to it. So that's modeling. And then the pooling is when the body's been sitting for even a longer period of time, and the blood kind of sinks to the lower parts of the body, the way it's laying. So there's a discoloration, with that.
Thank you. And you testified that you checked the hill?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Yeah. To check for rigor mortis, to see how stiff the body is. That just kind of indicates if I should do more or not, to check to see if she's alive. There's different ways you can look at a body and tell whether they're viable or not.
And so when you checked the hill, what did you find?
Rigor mortis.
What
So
does
it's
that mean?
stiff. It means it's stiff. It's not pliable. Like if a person had just passed away, it would be very pliable. The longer a person has been deceased, their limbs become stiffer and stiffer.
Did you do anything else?
I don't believe I did, because I didn't want to disturb her body position or the scene at that point. Once I determined that it's pretty obvious that I'm not going to be able to help her, then I stop what I'm doing.
Okay. And when you say it's obvious that you're not going to be able to help her, what do you mean?
Well, our purpose is to revive people if we can, but there becomes an obvious point at where that's not possible.
And so in this case, you didn't think it was possible to perform life-saving measures?
Correct.
Why?
Because of the condition of her skin and her body indicated that she had been passed away for a longer period of time. I don't determine time of death, I just determine whether she's viable to recover or not.
And do you know how quickly after death rigor mortis can set in?
Objection. It's not been qualified as an expert. That calls for an opinion.
Mr. Trammell?
Your Honor, I'm just asking him if he knows. I haven't asked him to state an opinion yet. And he has testified as a paramedic. He had 10 years of experience at that time, and he had training.
If he's not offering an opinion, it's not relevant.
I'll sustain the objection as to foundation at this time. Mr. Trammell?
Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Proctor?
Can I have a second this?
Yes, you may.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
I just have a few questions for you. I hear you, when you testified, you said that her knees were underneath her body. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and in checking her for signs of life, did you move the body in any way?
Just the ankle.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Could you explain?
Well, there's a joint there, so the ankle was accessible, and so that's the portion, the joint that I chose to.
So let me ask a better question. Was her body in the same position when you left the room as it was when you came into it?
Yes.
And as well as having EMT training, I imagine over the years you have had some training in regards to working with the police. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we work with them.
And once you determine that life-saving measures are not going to work, your goal at that point is not to contaminate a crime scene. Is that true?
Correct.
And so were you careful not to touch things, that sort of stuff?
Correct.
Let me ask an open-ended question. Could you explain what you did in order to try and leave the crime scene pristine?
Well, the first thing was to go in and look at her body, her skin color, to determine, once you see modeling and pooling, it's been a long enough period of time that you're not going to be able to recover the heart or the brain. So when I saw that, I said, okay, well, I don't need to go any further as to roll her over or move her body. The only other way to check is with the monitor, which I had with me, but the condition of her body did not indicate that I would find anything by placing the monitor on her body.
There was a lot of blood in the room. Is that fair to say?
There was blood. I don't know exactly how much. We went in and just touched her ankle. I walked up the side of the bed and just looked at her body, but I didn't touch her upper body or anything in the room.
And to the best of your recollection, you didn't touch any blood, step on any blood, anything like that?
I don't know if I stepped on any blood or not, but we did have our boot prints taken, afterwards. So.
And you say you had boots on when you went in, is that correct?
Yes.
And law enforcement took a copy of your boot print?
Yes.
And that would be so that if they find a boot print in the kitchen, they could say, well, we know that's Mr. Holmes's. They could compare it, right?
Correct.
Were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
So your fingerprints shouldn't have been there either, should they?
No.
Can I have a second, please, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Trammell?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes,
Sir. Not subject to recall.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Holmes, before I let you leave, I need to advise you, you are not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this case, okay? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Trammell, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls George Rotz.
All right, good morning, sir. If you would, please come here before Ms. Holm, our judicial assistant, to raise your right hand to be sworn. Up here, sir.
Do you solemnly swear testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you, sir. Have a seat in the witness box. Sir, have you testified in court before?
No,
Say again?
no, I haven't.
All right, some ground rules I need to give to you. Make sure you're letting the attorneys complete their question before you begin your answer. The import of that is so that you're not talking over one another. You need to answer audibly and not use or And if I remind you of that, I'm not trying to pick on you, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Who's going to inquire?
I am, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Trammell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Rotz.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for purposes of the record?
It's George Michael Rotz. Last name spelled R-A-A, T as in Tom, Z as in zebra.
Thank you. Mr. Rotz, I want to direct your attention back to September of 2004. Where were you living at that time?
I lived at 3625 Poline Road,
And is that in
neighbor
Pocatello?
of Nora Jones.
And is that in Pocatello, Idaho?
Yes, sir.
And do you know Nori Jones?
Just briefly,
How did you know Nori Jones?
through the kids in the neighborhood.
And you were her neighbor?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you were Nori Jones's neighbor, how close was your house to hers?
Probably about 40 yards distance-wise, but the next door neighbor.
Could you see the back of Nori's house from your house?
Yes,
Could you see the back door?
yes.
Mr. Rotz, I want to direct your attention to the night of September 27th, 2004, maybe to the early morning hours of September 28th, 2004. Do you remember that time?
Yes,
All right. And at that time, did you have a dog?
yes.
What type of dog was it?
It was a yellow lab.
And where did the dog stay at in your house?
The dog was an outdoor dog, stayed in the backyard.
Right. And how close was the backyard to Nori's house?
About 40 yards, 40, 50 yards.
And how long have you had your dog at that time?
Say about 2 years.
And what was a typical behavior of your dog as far as barking?
Pretty mellow dog. Pretty mellow, hardly ever barked. It was really just a pretty calm dog.
And so do you remember the night of September 27, 2004?
Yes, sir.
Did anything out of the ordinary happen with your dog?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
Started to bark like uncontrollably. When it kind of turned like into the evening, got dark, and continued for like 2 to 3 hours. My wife at the time, she went out, tried to calm the dog down, and calmed down for a little bit, but then it just started back up later. I went out there on a couple of occasions to try to calm her down.
And do you remember how late this was that
It went on
your dog was barking?
from the evening into the early morning.
Did you ever go out and check on your dog at that time?
I came out twice.
To the best of your knowledge, do you remember what time that was when you came out to check on your dog?
Probably around 2 o'clock and maybe around, 5 or 6
And when you say 2 and 5 and 6, what time of day is that?
a.m.
So your dog was continually barking?
It just wouldn't stop. Only for a little bit, but it'd stop, but it'd start back up.
And that was abnormal?
Yeah, couldn't see what she was barking at, 'cause she's barking towards her house into the dark.
So, and to clarify, Mr. Rotz, when you're saying in the morning hours, would that be September 28th, 2004?
Yes, sir.
When you went out there, did you notice anything around Nori's house when you went out to check on your dog at that time?
It was too dark.
So, Mr. Rotz, you testified earlier that you could see Nori's back door. Was there a light on her back door?
Yes, sir.
And how long had you been her neighbor at that time?
I would assume 2 years.
So, how often was that light on?
It was on every night.
And where was that light located?
The back of the house. The back of her house.
And a few days prior to September 28th, did you notice anything unusual about that light?
Yes.
What was that?
That it worked fine until somebody came up, I thought, tampered with it, because it didn't work after that for the next 4 nights.
So let's talk about that for a moment, Mr. Rotz. Did you see anybody by that light?
I saw someone tamper with it.
When was that?
That was, I think, 4 or 5 days prior to the incident that happened at her home.
And can you describe to the jury what you saw? What do you mean when you say someone tampered with it?
Middle of the day. I was in the backyard, and a person pulled up in a little truck, and unusual, but went up there, started tampering with the back door light.
And when you say tampering, what do you mean?
It just seemed like they didn't take the bulb out, they didn't replace the bulb. But after they were only there for a very short period of time, and then we made eye contact, but then the person left. But after that, it was pitch black every night.
So was this person you saw male or female?
It was a male.
Do you remember what they looked like?
A little bit, but I couldn't probably identify him.
What do you remember?
He's Caucasian, probably in his 30s.
Anything else?
Just said he's Caucasian, maybe brown hair. He looked like he was just kind of dirty, like he got off work, or, not suit and tie or anything like that.
Did you recognize this person?
I've never seen him before, no.
And when did you see this person again? How long before September 28th?
I saw that individual on the 24th.
Are you certain on that date or just around that date?
Right around that day on the 24th, yeah.
And again, what did you see that person doing with the light?
Tampering and just moving it. Looked like they were replacing the backlight, but they never took the light bulb out. And then after that, it was pitch black.
And when you say pitch black, so you
couldn't see anything at night. What I remember with Nora would always park. There's a gravel pit. She'd pull up and park her car. She never would enter from the front of her place on front of full line, but she always went through that back where it's well lit. And after it was tampered with, it was so dark back there. I mean, you can't see anything.
So after that time until September 28th at night, there was no light?
There was no light. It was pitch black.
And before that time, to your personal knowledge, that what you would see, the light was always on?
Oh, yeah.
All right, nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Tramo. Cross-examination.
So, Mr. Rotz, your house was to the north of Nori's home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there would have been a pretty big lot that separated your house from her house, correct?
It was about 40 yards, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any other lighting back there, or just from her, the backlight of that house?
That's the only light.
Now, you said there was an individual that you thought was tampering with the light. Did you think at some point they were trying to fix the light?
I thought they were trying to replace it or fix it.
Okay. And Do you remember what time of day this was?
Like 2:00 p.m.
Okay. And you talked about a small truck. Was it a maintenance truck?
No,
Okay. Do you remember talking to a detective right after this incident happened about this, about what you'd seen?
yes,
Do you remember telling him that the person came in a maintenance truck?
no,
The person that you saw, what color hair did they have?
like brown hair.
Do you remember describing to the detective that it was a sandy brown, or excuse me, sandy blonde?
Yes,
Okay. So sandy blonde, do you consider that sort of a brown? Like a light colored brown? Would that be fair?
like brown.
Okay. But a lighter color?
No,
Okay. So your description of sandy blonde is brown?
brown.
Your dog had barked before, correct?
Yes,
It had been barking for a couple of nights, correct? Before
Yes.
this? So the vehicle that you saw this person come in driving, could you describe it?
just a small little truck.
Do you know what kind?
No, I don't.
What color?
No.
Full
I just know it's
size?
probably, no, it's not full size, but it was probably like a tan. But it was like from maybe 90s, 80s.
And you'd also seen somebody over at a different time at the house, correct? That you thought might be doing repairs?
That's, yes,
Okay. And when did that incident occur?
I don't recall.
What do you remember about it?
Yes,
What do you remember about it?
the maintenance,
Yeah.
just a maintenance person that went to, like there's a little shop in the back. The landowner, Kevin, owned.
Do you remember seeing somebody coming out of the house with what looked like a caulking gun?
What?
A caulking gun? Like a device to caulk a window or other item?
Yep.
Do
Yes.
you remember seeing that person?
Kevin? Yeah,
And you're saying it was Kevin?
probably, yes.
Okay. Did you give the name of Kevin to law enforcement back in 2004?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Can you tell me what Kevin looks like?
Kevin's like 5'9". So he's probably in his, at the time,
At the time?
in 2004.
Yes.
Yeah, 5'9", probably about 160. Probably in his 40s. Caucasian, too.
And you saw him coming out the back door of Nori's residence, correct?
Yes, I think it was him.
Made contact with, eye contact with him, correct?
With which individual?
The one that came out of the back of the house.
Kevin? I don't remember.
So today you're saying the individual with the light was in their 30s?
Can you repeat that?
So your testimony today is the person you saw doing something with the light bulb was in their 30s?
Can you repeat that again? I can't hear you.
Yeah. So your testimony today is that the person you saw doing something with the light bulb was in their 30s. Is that true?
Probably
Okay.
30s, early 30s,
Could it be 20 or 30s?
somewhere in there, yes.
Okay. Did you ever see the landlord or other people doing maintenance on Nori's house?
Kevin was there up and on. And only other people I recall were like the people who like a lawnmower service to come in.
You also saw somebody that morning that Nori was discovered deceased in her home. Do you remember who that was or what you remember seeing?
Can you repeat that?
Did you see somebody else at walking by Nori's home the morning her body was found?
I saw a transient walking with his dog.
Okay. Was that a normal thing to see transients walking down pole line?
Yes.
Is there a lot of foot traffic?
Not much, no.
Okay. A lot of car traffic?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about the lighting in the back. Are there, other than the like driveway lot there at Nori's, at that residence, does the light stretch out beyond that into any fields behind the house?
Pretty much reaches about 30 yards or so. You can see the, when it was on, you can see the shed, and it would hit our, like the side of our house.
Okay.
But it was pretty bright, even with just a single light.
Okay. And if I'm talking about behind her house, it would be out to the west. So if you're standing on pole line, there would be the house, the lights in the back. Are there fields behind that?
Not behind hers. Not behind at the time where Nora was at.
Okay. Are there fields behind your house?
Yes.
Does that light shine out into that field?
Not very far.
Kind of make it spooky back there?
Without it on?
Yeah.
Very.
Did you notice anything else around your house afterwards that might have raised a concern to you about what had happened to Nori?
Yes.
What was that?
In our backyard, our big backyard alone, there's like a canal. Along the canal, all the way through the canal at the end, there's chicken wire that had been bent all the way up, enough for like a person to crawl through.
Okay. Did it look like somebody had gone through that?
Yes, that's very close to where our dog was at.
Okay. Is this canal something that has a walkway along it?
No.
Okay.
No.
And that then is to the west of your house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Any redirect, Mr. Trammell?
No, Your Honor.
All right, gentlemen, may this witness be excused.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
All right, sir, actually, just a minute, I need to advise you, you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this case, okay? All right, thank you, sir. You may be
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Ralph Daniels.
All right, sir, if you would, step forward here in front of Ms. Holm. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat in the witness box. Sir, have you testified in court before?
I have.
You understand the ground rules?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right. Who's going to inquire?
I will, Your
All
Honor.
right. Proceed, Mr. Radford.
Mr. Daniels, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Ralph Daniels, Daniels.
Now, I introduced you to the jury as Detective Ralph Daniels. Are you still in law enforcement?
I am not.
Okay. Does that mean you're retired?
I retired, yes, sir.
How long have you been retired?
Almost a year.
What is your current employment?
I am a outpatient case manager, mental health services for Best LLC.
Okay. How were you employed in 2004?
I was working for the Pocatello Police Department.
And what was your position in 2004?
I was a detective.
Okay. How long had you been a detective at that point?
About 4 months.
Okay. Did you have any experience in law enforcement prior to that time?
I started with the Pocatello Police Department in 1996, so it had been about 8 years of service, nothing prior to Pocatello.
Okay. Now, let's talk about training and experience in crime scene handling. As a detective in 2004, did you have any training in handling a crime scene?
I would have had basic crime scene investigation, basic evidence collection, all while we were at the Post Academy.
How many crime scenes would you say you handled during your career?
During my career,
Yes.
can I say just a lot?
Could you give me a ballpark?
Let's say 100.
Okay. What kind of things do you need to be aware of when maintaining a crime scene?
First is, I guess, would be security. You want to make sure you know who's coming in and out of the crime scene once you get there, so you try and secure that and limit access to who's coming in. Second, as you move through a crime scene, you're looking for evidence, things that you think might be of importance. You're going to take photographs of the scene so that you know what it looked like hopefully before anything gets disturbed. There are occasions that due to the circumstances, somebody might get in, paramedics or something, because they're doing something, and so we'll find a pair of gloves that probably weren't there originally. Then you just collect as much as you can. The stuff that you're going to take, you take back and log into evidence.
Okay. You mentioned you want to monitor who comes in and out of the crime scene. Why is that?
So that you can, one, protect the integrity. We know that by walking into a crime scene, it's possible to introduce, let's say, contaminants, right, into the scene just because of everyday life. And so the more that you can limit who's in and out of a crime scene, the better protected it is. That will help you later.
In 2004, did Pocatello Police have any standard protocol in terms of what people were to wear if they went into the crime scene?
Generally, so if we went, let's say, generally on an unattended death to do the investigation, probably the most common thing that we would wear would be just a pair of gloves as we went into the scene. There are times that we would wear booties over our shoes, but I wouldn't say that happened all the time.
Okay. And when it comes to unattended deaths or finding a body, is there a point or something that you look for to identify when that's a crime scene?
So once we determined that there are no signs of life, then we treat them all as a crime scene. So in the state of Idaho, if a person dies outside of the care of a doctor, that fits the definition of unattended death, and all of those have to be investigated by law enforcement. So we treat every one of them as a crime scene as we go through and until we complete our investigation.
Okay. You have training and experience in handling bodies?
Very limited.
Okay. But have you handled bodies in the course of your employment with law enforcement?
So as far as like photographing them, and then once initial photographs were taken, right, we would move them to take additional photographs. We call, once we are done collecting the evidence that we think we need to collect, then we would contact a funeral home to come and actually collect the body and remove the body from the residence for us generally.
Okay. What is a chain of custody?
A chain of custody would be, so I show up on scene, I find something there, I'm going to put it into a package, like probably generally just like a paper bag. I'm going to take that bag with me when I leave the scene. I'm going to go to the office and go through procedures to package it for evidence, whether it's going to be sending it off to the state lab for further testing, whether it's something that is just going to sit on our evidence shelf for a little bit. Depending on what it is, will depend on how it's packaged, but all of that is packaged. We fill out a little tag that goes on that package of evidence, and then on there it lists who the officer is, where we found it, what case it refers to, and then we place it into either an evidence fridge or an evidence locker, and so that keeps the chain of custody of who had it. Once we place it into evidence, then an evidence tech at the police station retrieves it from that, and they do their part of it as far as logging it into the computer system that shows who had it, and then they can track any time that it's pulled out for anything, where it would have been taken to, what was done with it when it was put back. So it's just a log of who has their hands on what evidence.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you put it into a locker. Now, if you take a piece of evidence and you submit it into that locker, or you set a refrigerator, do you have, as an officer, do you have access to that evidence past that point?
I do until evidence does their part. The evidence techs do their part with it. Okay. So if I can
interject, Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance unless we pin it down to the time frame relevant to his involvement in the case. So given that he just retired, I don't know if we're talking about a policy that's always been there. So I'm going to object unless we kind of tie the policies at this point in time that's relevant to this particular case.
Your Honor, we're discussing in general the policies and protocols of Pocatello Police Department in 2004. Detective Daniels would have been the first person to arrive on scene. We're getting to that. There's going to be evidence that he's going to testify to that was collected. It is highly relevant that we establish what the policy and procedure was at the time as to how that evidence was collected and submitted into evidence.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
And that's my point, Your Honor. There wasn't any qualifying question about what were the policies back at this time frame. It was just general. I didn't hear anything limiting it. So.
All right. So I'll sustain the objection. If you would lay some more foundation, Mr. Radford.
Mr. Daniels, all of these policies and procedures you've talked about, these practices you've talked about, was that relative to the policy and procedure of Pocatello Police Department in 2004?
Yes, sir.
And that was the time that you were employed at Pocatello Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that how they trained you? Did you get training from Pocatello Police in terms of how to handle evidence?
Yes, I did. And that's how they trained us to do that.
Okay, perfect. Now, were you on duty on September 29th, 2004? Or was it 28th? September 28th, 2004?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And did anything unusual happen that day?
So, unusual?
Well, did you respond to a house on Pole Line Road on September 28th?
Yes, I did.
Okay, about what time was that?
It would have been around 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, what was the nature of the call at that point?
I was sent to an unattended death.
And about what time did you arrive at Pole Line Road?
Would have been shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Do you recall the address?
3617.
Okay. Now, is that in Bannock County?
It is.
State of Idaho?
Yes.
City of Pocatello?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember about, what happened when you arrived at the house?
So I pulled up to the house. There's a little bit of a gravel driveway that goes to the house. Had a circular end to it. When I pulled up, there were 3 people outside of the house. They would have been on the north and west side. They were standing outside of the house. So I got out and talked to them to kind of see what was going on.
Okay. Based on the conversation that you had with these folks that were standing outside the house, did you make any decisions at that point?
At that point, I went in to get an idea of what I was dealing with, to see what other resources I might need. At the time, most of the detectives were in a training class, and so I was initially sent over there by myself.
Okay. Do you know who those 3 individuals were?
2 co-workers and the landlord.
Okay. You mentioned you went into the house. Do you recall which door you went through?
I went through a door on the west side of the house that goes into, I guess, a covered patio type area that had different things in it.
And you mentioned that these 2 individuals were co-workers. Co-workers of whom?
Oh, of Nori Jones.
Okay. Now, what did you do upon entering the house?
I walked through the little covered entry, went through the kitchen to the bedroom.
Okay. What did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a naked female laying face down who was obviously dead.
Okay. What can you tell me about the condition of that person's body?
Unclothed, uncovered, laying face down, Her right leg was stretched out straight towards the foot of the bed, which was closest to the door. Her left leg was slightly bent off to the side of her body. There was blood everywhere, all over the body, on the walls, headboard, footboard.
Did you go into the bedroom?
I did not. I stopped at the threshold of the door.
Why?
It was very evident at that point that there was no need to go in and check for signs of life.
Okay. Holding in my hand what's been previously marked for evidence of States Exhibits 2, 6, and 6B. I'm going to ask that those be handed to the witness, and just for the knowledge of the parties, I'm not going to be moving to admit these at this time. I'm just going to have Detective Daniels look at them and elicit some testimony. And I will not be asking to publish. Now, looking at those photographs, Detective Daniels, do those represent accurately the position of the body at the time that you first saw it?
Yes, sir, that does.
Okay. I'll ask those be taken back, Your Honor. Now, in terms of the position of the body, in your training and experience, did it indicate anything to you?
At that point, from the training that I had, I would have to say no. Later training, yes, but from my experience in 2004 and my training at that point, I would have to say no.
Okay, so 4 months you've been a detective. Is it accurate to say you were a rookie at that time?
I was the newest detective in the division.
Okay, so what did you do?
At that point?
Yes.
I left the residence, called Detective Bush. He was the only other one that was not in training that morning, and told him that I was going to need assistance and that he probably needed to call some of the other detectives to come and assist us.
Okay, I need to back up real quick. So thinking about those photographs you looked at, from those photos that you just viewed, do you see any indication in those photos that her body was moved between the time that you first saw her and the time that those photographs were taken?
And, Your Honor, I'm going to object. We're talking about interpreting an item that hasn't been admitted.
That's accurate, but the state can elicit testimony about it until the item is admitted. It'll be authenticated at a later date or a later time.
And I think the question can be asked without reference to the picture.
So, Mr. Radford, is the question based on his observation? Mr. Radford?
Yes.
All right, overrule the objection. Go ahead, sir.
From what I observed, I would not have guessed that the body had been moved from when I first saw it to any photos being taken.
One moment. Okay, what did you do at that point?
After calling other detectives to come and assist, the paramedics had arrived, and I re-entered the residence with 2 paramedics.
Okay. Do you know how many paramedics went in?
Only 2 went in.
2 went in. And were you in the house with them the entire time?
I was.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were in the house, did you touch anything?
I did not.
Touch any windows?
No.
Did you touch the body?
No.
Okay, touch any walls?
No.
Okay, did you move anything?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have, for lack of a better term, eyes on those paramedics when they were in the house as well?
Absolutely.
Did you see them touch anything?
I did not.
Okay, did you see them move anything?
No,
Touch the windows or the walls?
not that I saw.
Okay. Now, I imagine you would have touched the door to get into the property, or did you leave the door open from the time that you arrived? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, when the paramedics got into the room, what did they do?
One of the paramedics took a little sticky lead from their monitor and attached it to the right heel of Nori.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
As soon as they were done, we exited the residence.
Okay. Was there anything that they said to you that then had an influence on the decision you made at that time?
No, they just confirmed that there were no signs of life from their check, and then we left.
Okay. At what point did you determine that this was a crime scene?
From my initial getting to the threshold of her bedroom.
Okay. And so after that point, did you monitor who went in and out of the house?
Yes.
Did you re-enter the house at a later time?
I did.
And did you go in with anybody else?
I went in with Detective Bush.
Okay. How were you dressed at that point?
At that point, we had booties on our feet and gloves on our hands.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
We went in to start taking some initial photos of the residence and the bedroom, knowing that other detectives were coming, needing to be able to explain the scene to them. We wanted some photographs to assist with that. That way we can limit the number of people that go in and look at things.
Okay. Now, when you and Detective Bush were in the house, this time that you entered the house, did you touch the body?
I did not.
Okay. Did you touch the windows,
No, sir.
walls,
No.
bed,
Nope.
anything else?
No.
Okay. At this point, you're on, well, no, let me ask you this. While you're in the house, did you identify any points of entry?
So besides the front door, the back door that we went through, as you walk in through the little covered entryway, I think there was at least one window. I want to say there were two windows on the entryway. The furthest east window was open with a cut screen.
Did you personally view that?
I did.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we need to sort something out. I'm going to ask for a brief recess.
Okay, we can do that. We'll take our morning recess, folks, at this time. Take a 15-minute recess. All right, folks, during the recess, again, I instruct you, you're not to discuss this case amongst yourselves nor with anybody else, nor form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination.
All right.
We're back on the record. We have the state's attorneys present. We have the defense counsel present along with the defendant. We are outside the presence of the jury. And the state has got the technology situated.
We'll deal with that after lunch, Your Honor. But the issue that we did have is we're ready to proceed.
Okay, so we're not using the Elmo
Not
device?
quite yet, Your Honor.
All right, any other matters, counsel, we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Andrew?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Reiner, bring the jury in. Please be seated. All members of our jury have returned from the morning recess and are seated in the jury box. Will the parties waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Radford, you may continue.
Okay. Now, Detective Daniels, can you tell me what a crime scene log is?
So a crime scene log would be, it's a really basic form that we keep. We use it to record times people enter the crime scene, times they leave, so that we can show who was in and out of the crime scene during the period that we are trying to keep it secure.
Okay, now in 2004, at the time that you arrived at the pole line property, do you recall whether Pocatello Police Department had policy and procedure relative to the keeping of crime scene logs?
Yes.
Was there a general practice?
There is a general practice.
Okay. Now, was a crime scene log made at the time that the persons go into and out of the property?
So the crime scene log would be, yes, it would be started when we have, so I didn't start one originally like when I first got there because it was just me. And so we would have started one there when we had more personnel, so after some of the other detectives got there, then it would have been started.
Okay. Now, when you make a determination that there's a crime scene, is this a general practice that you keep this log?
Yes.
And that was true in 2004?
Yes.
Okay. Holding in my hand what's been previously marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 30, I'm going to ask that be handed to the witness.
Witness has State's Exhibit 30.
Detective Daniels, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That is crime scene, our entry log from the investigation on Pole Line Road.
Okay. Did you personally create that document?
Yes, that is my handwriting that started this crime scene log.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of the crime scene log from that day
Yes.
and following days?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, at this time, the State moves for this exhibit to be admitted under Idaho Rule of Evidence 803, sub 6.
No objection, Your Honor.
Very well. State's Exhibit 30 shall be admitted.
Did you do anything else at the property that day?
No, I think that was the extent of it after I started doing the crime scene, the log of people. That's pretty much my role. Again, I was
Okay. So after the more experienced detectives showed up, you just
100%.
watched the door?
Yep, they're
Okay.
like, you get the door, Ralph.
Okay. Did you have anything else to do with this investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I was present during the autopsy.
Okay. What about prior to the autopsy?
So I guess the day prior, yes. On the 29th, I responded to the funeral home so that we could access the body, so that the state crime scene people wanted to collect some evidence off the body at that point.
Okay. When you say access the body, was the body in some kind of a sealed state at that point?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe that for me?
Yeah, when I got to the funeral home, the director brought the body out. At that point, Nori was in a body bag that had been zipped shut, and across the zipper we put evidence tape so that we would know that the body had remained sealed. And I broke those seals and unzipped the bag.
Okay. Now, the reasoning behind that is if the bag gets unzipped, so
Your
to
Honor, I'm
speak.
going to object. The prosecutor is testifying, so.
It is a bit leading. Mr. Radford, could you restate your question, please?
Okay. What would happen to that tape if you tried to unzip the bag?
So the tape is actually super flimsy. We use it to seal like envelopes that we're dropping into evidence. We used it on the bag. The idea behind that is if somebody is to tamper with it, it breaks where it's being tampered with, and you can't like retape it. You can't peel it up off of anything. It shreds if you try to remove it. So it tells us that nobody's been in it, so that we know that nothing was taken, nothing accidentally falls in it. And it just helps us maintain that security and that chain of custody, right? So even though the body's not with us, we can say that to a high degree of surety that nothing has happened to that body since we last saw it.
Okay. Now, at the time that body was brought out in the bag, did you see any evidence that zipper had been open?
No, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that you broke the seals. Did you remain with the body while that bag was open?
I did.
Okay. Who was present, do you recall?
Might be in my report. I might be able to tell you if I looked at it, but I don't recall off the top of my head who was with me. I know I was waiting for state lab people to come, and we were just letting it air out just a little bit, let stuff dry.
Okay. Were you there when the evidence was collected?
I was.
Okay. Did you see anything inappropriate?
No.
Okay. Now, after that evidence collection was done and the body had been, I think you said, dried out, did you reseal the bag?
Yes.
Okay. Did you seal it in the same manner you previously testified to?
Yes, it would have been zipped up and tape put over it again.
Okay. Did you initial that tape?
I'll be honest, I don't recall if I initialed the tape or if somebody else initialed it.
Did you comply with Pocatello Police Department policy and procedure at the time in terms of how that bag was resealed?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you also were at the autopsy. What day did that occur?
The autopsy was on the 30th.
Okay. Of 2004?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you happen to see was the body still in that bag at the beginning of the autopsy?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you personally view that?
Yes.
Did you view the tape on the zipper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there any indication at that point that zipper had been opened?
No.
Okay. Do you recall who broke that seal?
I do not.
Okay. What is a sex assault kit?
So when we receive a report of a sexual assault, or if we suspect one, so in a normal situation, female would go to the hospital. It would be performed by a SANE nurse. They comb pubic hair, They take swabs, vaginal areas, and any evidence collected then goes into a sex assault kit and logged for future reference so that you can look for evidence that might be present there.
Okay. Are there also swabs for the anus and the mouth?
Yes.
Okay. How many sex assault kits have you personally handled during the course of your employment?
Over a dozen.
Okay. So you're pretty familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall at the autopsy whether a sex assault kit was administered?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And do you recall to what areas of Nori's body that sex assault kit was administered to?
Yes. I remember them combing her pubic hairs. I remember swabbing the vaginal and anal areas.
Okay, the vaginal and anal cavities?
Yes.
In 2004, at the time that this autopsy occurred, did Pocatello Police Department have protocol in terms of how a sex assault kit was to be sealed and submitted into evidence?
Yes. We follow basically the state guidelines to be so that we can submit them. Once the evidence is collected by, in a normal situation, be the nurse. In this situation, there at the autopsy, everything that's collected is then given to the officer. We take it back to the station. We fill out the paperwork that needs to be. We seal the box. Evidence tape goes on the box. We fill out the label on top of the box, and we place it in an evidence fridge.
Okay. Now, when you say the box, when that box is sealed, does it contain the swabs that you've mentioned?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you take possession of that box when you left the hospital that day?
Yes.
Okay. And was it sealed?
It was.
Was it
it was not. So when we take a sex assault kit, it's not completely sealed at that point.
Okay.
I got to think. Because the same nurse will fill out their part and give us the box with everything inside.
Well, let's back up. What's a sane nurse?
So a sane nurse, sexual assault, then something examination. They're specially trained to collect that.
Okay. So once you take possession of that box from the sane nurse or the person that administered the sex assault kit, do you seal it at that time?
No, we have some paperwork that we have to put in inside of it. So we get the box and it's closed, but we don't put the evidence tape on it till we get back to the station right before we put it into the evidence fridge so that we can make sure it's all completed correctly. And
now, you mentioned that the swabs are given to you by the nurse. Are they in some kind of a sealed manner when they're returned to you?
Yes, they package them in their individual packages, and they're put back into the box that's not sealed yet, and we take it from there.
Okay, and the box keeps everything together?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have possession of that box when you left the hospital that day?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what you did with it?
Went back and logged it and put it in evidence fridge.
Okay, now when you put it in the evidence fridge, was it sealed at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And was that with evidence tape?
Yes.
Okay. Was it marked, meaning identifying what it was?
Yes, it would have been marked with the case number, who it came from, and where we were putting it.
Okay, did you have anything to do with that sex assault kit after the time you put it in the evidence fridge?
No.
Okay. Do you recall fingernail clippings from the autopsy?
I do.
Okay, do you remember those being taken?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything about the collection of those fingernails that raised concern to you?
No.
Do you recall how they were packaged?
Can you repeat that?
Do you recall how they were packaged?
How they were packaged?
Yes.
I don't recall what they were in, no.
Okay. Did you take custody of those at any point?
Yes, when we left the hospital, they went with me back to the police station.
Okay, and what did you do with them?
Packaged them, again, filled out everything that we're supposed to fill out and logged them into evidence.
Let me just one moment. Just a moment, Your Honor.
That's fine.
That's all I have for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Radford. Mr. Andrew, cross-exam.
So I want to go back when you first arrived at the scene,
Yes,
at the pole line residence. You said that there were 3 individuals, the 2 co-workers and the landlord. Was anybody else already there?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you went in, there were no paramedics on scene yet?
Not when I went in the first time.
Okay. And at that point, in the first time you entered, did you have any protective clothing on? Actually, I'm going to ask this. What do officers refer to as the protective clothing? Is it a certain brand, or what do you usually call that?
So,
Like the booties and the suit?
booties and a suit, so there's a Tyvek suit. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So there is a Tyvek suit. I was not wearing booties, Tyvek suit, or gloves on my first entrance.
Okay. When you got to the location, and I'm just going to go from the back door to the threshold of the bedroom.
Okay.
Did you notice any blood on the floor in those areas?
Not on my initial entrance, no, sir.
Okay. So when you got to the threshold, you indicated there was blood in the room. You made a comment, you were asked a question about the body having been moved. Is that a reference to that her body as a whole hadn't been moved, or that no part of her body had been manipulated after her death?
So my comment would have been that the body as a whole.
Okay. So you didn't see anything that looked like somebody had, say, moved it and placed it there after she died? Is that, I'm trying to figure out what that means, that it hadn't been moved.
Okay, so from what I saw, I would assume that the body was where it was at when she died.
Okay.
Yeah.
You described she was face down. Her right leg was extended straight back, correct?
Yes.
Left would have been her left leg was slightly bent.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Is that a yes, sir?
Oh, yes, sorry, sir.
Thank
Yes.
you. Go ahead, Mr. Andrew.
Do you recall that her left arm was extended outward?
So I believe it was straight.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it was palm up from her body, and I couldn't tell you like an angle from the side of her body.
Do you remember anything about the specifics of how her hand looked, her left hand?
Her left hand?
Yes.
All the fingers were curled except for the ring finger.
Okay. Was the ring finger extended straight out?
Yes.
Okay. And all the rest were curled?
Yes, sir.
Was there a ring on it?
From my vantage point at the threshold, I could not say that at that point.
Okay. So then you talked about your observation, and then you went outside. Were the paramedics there when you got outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what occurred between the time you got out and them going in? as far as interactions with the paramedics and the decision for them to go in?
I think it would have just been a brief conversation about what I saw, and then I guess that's when they decided that they'd just go hook a lead to her heel just to check for signs of life.
Okay. How many, so you went in with the paramedics the second time?
I did.
Were you wearing any protective clothing, like booties, or at that point?
I did not at that point.
Okay. Were any of the paramedics?
I don't recall.
Okay. How many of the paramedics went in?
2.
Okay. Do you remember their names?
I don't.
Okay. And so on that incident, on that occasion, how far into the house did you go with the paramedics?
So at that point, I would have stopped even further back so that they had access to the threshold. But I would have been probably within 5 feet of them. I think only one of them entered the room at all to put the lead on. I don't recall the other one going into the room.
Okay. Do you remember him moving her heel at all?
No, they didn't have to move anything.
Do you remember one of them walking up next to her body?
One would have walked up close enough to put the lead on the heel.
And I get this is tough, but could you kind of give an estimate of how long you were in with the paramedics that second time?
Minute and a half or less. It wasn't very long at all.
Okay. When you came out of the residence the second time, did the paramedics come with you?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any additional law enforcement or other people that had shown up at that point?
At that point, I'm confident that Detective Bush was there.
Okay.
I don't know about, I can't recall if any others were there at that point.
Okay. And I think you said you were the only 2 that weren't in training.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You talked about the window that was open. Did you go down and inspect that at that time?
I did not.
Would it be fair to say you just made the observation it looked to be open?
Absolutely, yes.
So with regard to what's commonly referred to as a sex crime kit, you talked about the collection of pubic hair.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why that's significant based on your training and experience?
So there's a possibility with sexual encounters that pubic hairs from another subject would transfer to the other one.
Okay. So it's just one additional possible item of evidence that's collected?
Yes, sir.
In this particular case with Ms. Jones, did you actually observe the swabs being, the samples being collected on the swabs?
I did. My job in the autopsy was I was taking notes, and so I was with Dr. Skolmel the whole time and moved with him around the body to different spots, and I was writing down notes the whole time of what he was doing.
Okay. And did Dr. Skolmel collect the swab samples, or did his assistant?
I'll bet it was his assistant.
Okay. Do you remember their name?
Oh, man. No, sir.
Male, female?
Male.
Okay. How many were you the only law enforcement person there?
No, I was not.
Okay. Were there, you mentioned Dr. Skolmel.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the assistant. Was there anybody else there other than those 2?
Yes. Detective Kelly, Detective Collins from our department, and then there were 2 or 3 state lab people that were there with us.
Okay. Any other medical type people?
No,
So it would have just been limited to Dr. Scommel and his assistant.
as far as I recall, yes, sir.
And if I represented to you that a sane nurse is a sexual assault nurse examiner, does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir, it does.
I think you'd indicated those are people that have specialized training in doing the collection of that evidence.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether Dr. Scommel or the assistant had that level of training?
I do not.
Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Any redirect, Mr. Radford?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. May this witness be excused, counsel?
Yes, and he is released from the state subpoena.
I believe we have him under subpoena, and we'll let him know. We're probably done.
All right.
We'll let him know.
Mr. Daniel, just some words of caution here. I'm going to instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses, and the defense may have you subject to recall, okay? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down at this time. All right, state's next witness.
State would call Stephen Stone.
All right, sir, if you would come forward. You're in front of Ms. Holm, our judicial clerk, to be sworn. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, sir, take a seat in the witness stand. Sir, have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you understand the ground rules then?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Mr. Radford?
It's actually me, Your Honor.
Ms. Price, you may inquire.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record?
Stephen is my first name, S-T-E-V-E-N. Stone is the last name, S-T-O-N-E.
And are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired.
And what did you retire from? What job?
Pocatello Police Department, 29 and a half years. I retired as a captain there.
And do you recall approximately when you retired?
Yeah, it was December 30th, 2015.
Got the exact date and time. All right. And you said you were with the Pocatello Police Department for 29 and a half years?
Yes.
And going back to, let's say, going back to the year of 2004, how long had you been with the police department at that point?
I started in July of '86, and so just short of 20 years.
And let me ask you this. Could you just briefly describe, and I know it's going back a long time, but what kind of training did you go through in order to become a law enforcement officer or a peace officer in Idaho?
I went to post standards and training in Boise after I was hired, and I went through that academy, and then I came back and did they call field training where they had you ride with other officers, and they mentored you and had you do the job, and then since then I had a basic certificate through post and intermediate and advanced. I was a traffic officer for a while, so I went to that kind of training. I went to general investigation training. I became a corporal about 92, and I think it was early 93 that I was transferred to detectives. And then from there, I went to more specialty training. I had interview and interrogation training. I had crime scene investigation training. I had latent lift processing, crime scene photography. And then I had some specialties. I was an arson investigator, and I went to fire arson school for those investigations. I went to explosive device investigation training, among others. And then we had regular ongoing training that we did as part of being a police officer. So,
Well seasoned, it sounds like.
yeah, Pocatello Police trained you quite a bit. So,
And let's talk a little bit about around September 28th of 2004. Do you recall what you were doing that day, let's say around 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning?
I had a federal emergency management class that I was in with several other detectives. And while we were in the class, I believe it was Detective Sergeant Peterson that came in and said that they had a suspicious death, and he assigned myself and others to go out to the scene at 3617 Pole Line Road.
And as you testified that you were a detective at that time, were you a general? I know they have kind of divisions, a general detective, white-collar crime detective, narcotics. Do you recall what your division you were in at that point?
At that point, I'd been in detectives for about 12 years, and I had been a general investigator. I also was for several years, I was a burglary robbery investigator. So that was kind of our main focus, and then they changed how we were doing things, and we were all generals for a while, and then at that time, I'd been assigned to the narcotics task force within the Pocatello Police Department, and had gone to a DEA school, I think in 2003, and had been working as part of the narcotics task force, and I was still working in that capacity at that time.
And you testified that a supervisor of some sort came into this training and said, go and do this?
Yes.
And what did you, once you were instructed, what did you do at that time?
I responded with the other detectives to 3617 Pole Line Road, and then met with Sergeant Peterson, who had arrived at the scene before us. He was there when I got there.
And that 3617 Pole Line Road, that's in Pocatello, Bannock County, State, Idaho?
Yes, it is.
And upon arriving there, did you, I guess, what did you do? Did you just go over to Sergeant Peterson? What happened?
We had several, with Sergeant Peterson and the other detectives, we had meetings, and they developed a strategy for investigating the scene. I was informed that there was a homicide had taken place, and the victim had been identified as Norrie Jones. And then I received several assignments during that day, which was the 28th. And I participated in a grid search of the exterior to look for evidence or things that might be of value on the exterior and the grounds of the property. But one of the first things I did was, because in my work as a narcotics detective, we did a lot of search warrants, and I did a lot of...
And Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think we're a bit into a narrative, so...
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Price, you can ask another question, please.
Yes. I just want to call you Captain, if I can call you that, even though you're retired. With regards to arriving at that location, do you know approximately what time of day it was at that point?
It was morning, I want to say around 9:30, but I'd have to look at my report to see that. But
And when you arrived at that location, you said you participated in a number of different things, and you were talking about search warrants, and when you go in and are going to somebody's residence, what do you generally do on this type of a crime scene?
document as well as we can. I had experience with running the 8mm camcorder that we had. We used it in narcotics quite a bit, so I was tasked with going in with Sergeant Peterson and Sergeant Marchand to do basically a check of the crime scene and to document it with the video recorder.
And with regards to recording the scene and everything you do, I guess literally what's the purpose behind it? Is it the documentation?
It's, yeah, to document the scene as is before processing is done or anything's removed, to have a picture of that, whatever that scene is on video, which is a pretty good medium because you can walk with it and you can record different things. You can use the zoom to go in and out and get closer to things without actually having to get closer to things. So so that was the purpose, was to get documentation of that scene before any processing or removal of evidence took place.
And on that September 28, 2004 date, did you record outside of the residence also?
I did record a little bit outside of the residence. There was more extensive outside the residence recording done by Detective Don Broughton of ISP, who died a few years ago.
And then let me ask you this: when did you and Mr. Broughton, did you record together with your different recording devices, or what did you do?
No, I believe he used his own recording device that from ISP. I did record, if I remember correctly, I did record as we were approaching the house, and I may have shot some video of the grounds too. But as we went in, we entered through the back door, Detective Marchand, or Sergeant Marchand, Sergeant Peterson and I. And so I recorded that as we entered, and then I was instructed by Sergeant Marchand not to touch anything, to get and to stay on the same pathway going in as coming out, and watch where we stepped. So.
And have you had an opportunity to review the videos that you recorded back in September on the 28th?
Yes, I have.
And when did you do that?
Did that in your office here about a week ago or so.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, I have what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit number 42. That I would.
All right, is that on a disc, Ms. Price?
It is, Your Honor. Get set up here for a second. And Captain Stone, when videoing or recording scenes, Do you have audio on? Do you have audio off? Is there a reason for either?
Yeah, there can be. Generally, I do audio on because when I start, I like to say where I'm at and what I'm videotaping, and usually try to get the date and time in there and the location.
And is there a reason that you would not have sound on?
Sometimes if you're in a location where there's a lot of background noise, people talking, that you don't necessarily want to capture in that video because it's about the image that you're trying to record, to document, and that would, sometimes those outside noises would be confusing or distracting, so.
And when you had an opportunity to review what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 42 in my office in the past week or so, did it appear to be a fair and accurate recording of what you'd recorded on that date of September 28th of 2004?
Yes.
And did it appear that it had been altered or modified in any manner?
No.
And you recognized what was on that recording and the scene that was on it?
Yes.
And you were able to determine that it was taken on or around September 28th of 2004?
Yeah, that video, the pre-video, I guess I'd call it, was on the 28th in the morning.
Okay. And this is the one I'm talking about is outside and around the residence?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but that was the 28th as well.
Okay. And Your Honor, I just ask that it be admitted at this time and then play it for the jury, Your Honor.
If I could just ask a question in aid of an objection.
You may.
Mr. Stone, having reviewed the video, this is just because you talked about doing an exterior and an interior. Is this just a video of the exterior of the residence? Or is this the full video?
The video that I believe we're referring to is the full video of the interior of the house, including the porch area, the living room area, the back bedroom where the victim was located.
And just to clarify, it's the exterior one that I'm talking about, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. My confusion, sorry.
If it's only the exterior, I don't have an objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then, State's Exhibit 42 shall be admitted.
And just for the record, I will, as I'm getting this loaded up here, just to make sure the record is clear, it is labeled whole line crime scene, residence search, non-graphic outside of residence. I'm going to play from 0:00 to 13:05. And the actual name of the video, if I get it up here.
While you're doing that, Ms. Price, will the parties waive reporting of the video?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't think I want to do that. We'll see if this works. Hold on a second. Technical difficulty, sorry. There we go. Your Honor, may I take a break just for a minute? It appears to not be working now that I had it set up initially.
All right. 10 minutes, you think you'll be able to sort it out?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take a brief 10-minute recess. Again, during the recess, I instruct you, you're not to discuss this case amongst yourselves, nor with anybody else, nor to form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after it has been submitted to you for your determination.
All rise.
The one time Taylor's not here. Well, we may have to use our one. It's actually
Brad Compher,
Scott.
State Counsel present, Defense Counsel and the defendant are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. The parties prepared to proceed, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Bring the jury in, Mr. Reinert. Please be seated. All members of the jury have returned from the recess and are seated in the jury box. Will the parties waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Price, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I got it to function, so I'm going to go ahead and play this through to 13:05.
I want to ask, can the members of the jury see that video okay? Everybody says yes? Thank you.
And I've stopped the video at 13:05, I believe.
Thank you.
And Detective Stone, going back to that, so we've watched a video where you recorded the outside area of 3617 Poline Road. What did you do in addition with regards to recording on scene?
I also recorded the inside of the house when I accompanied Sergeant Peterson and Sergeant Marchand. I did a close inspection of the exterior of the house.
And when you entered in or went in to record inside the house, do you recall what you were wearing?
I believe I was wearing my blue uniform investigator's uniform. But I have a hard time recalling at this point. It's been a long time. But.
Would you have put on, and I know we're going back a little bit, would you have put on any kind of protective clothing or anything at that point when you initially went in with your Sergeant Peterson?
That was pretty early in the investigation, and we subsequent entries and going in, myself and others, or Tyvek and booties. I think on that trip we didn't have a supply yet, and for some reason the Pocatello Police evidence trailer didn't have a good supply of Tyvek, so we were waiting for ISP. They informed us they would bring a lot of that stuff, so but they wanted to be able to advance the plan for the investigation. When I say they, I'm talking about Sergeant Peterson and Sergeant Marchand. So we went in. I don't believe that we were wearing Tyvek at that time, but I was instructed by Sergeant Marchand to be very careful where we stepped, use the same path going in as coming out, don't touch anything, and use the zoom on the camera to get details without actually going into those areas.
And when you went in to do the recording of the interior of the residence, what was the purpose of doing that?
To show it before the investigation took place, before we processed evidence, before we removed things, and then after that evidentiary search and whatever's removed, then normally we do a video afterward to show how it looks after we're done. So show before we go in and start doing things, and then show after.
Okay. And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31. I think if we could just take a break so I get that set up, that would be appreciated, Your Honor.
All right, well, we're about a quarter till noon for the lunch recess. It'd be a good time to do that. All right, folks, I'm going to let you take lunch recess at this time. Again, during the recess, I instruct you not to discuss this case amongst yourselves nor with anybody else, nor to form an opinion as to the merits of the case till after it has been submitted to you for your determination. We'll start at 1 o'clock, so if you would, please be back here by about 10 till 1. Enjoy the lunch hour.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, we are on the record outside the presence of the jury, counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant, and the defendant are present at this time. All right, so Mr. Price, Exhibit 31,
Yes.
if I deduce correctly, is the video that Detective Stone took of the interior of the home. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. It's
All right,
going to be graphic.
Okay.
Your Honor, do we want to excuse a witness at this point or make him sit through all of this?
I guess we could, yeah, Detective Stone, if you want to step down at this time, you're welcome to do so.
Okay. When should I be back?
About 10 till.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And just to clarify for Captain Stone, I think the court's been admonishing witnesses not to talk to other witnesses or talk about any of the testimony. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That is correct. Thanks for the reminder. So, Captain, I instruct you that you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses. Okay? You understand that? Yes, Your Honor. All right, very good. Thank you, sir. All right, so I thought it'd be best at this point, Mr. Andrew, you have an objection to Exhibit 31. We can take that up now if you wish.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. And it's going to be based on Rule of Evidence 403. I believe it's going to be cumulative in terms of what's already been described. It's prejudicial based on the graphic nature of it. The descriptions would be sufficient. And I think, Your Honor, they're already proposing about 16 different photos of the bedroom, so I think it's cumulative. It's prejudicial because of the graphic nature of it. So that's our objection.
Thank you. Who wants to respond, Mr. Radford?
I will, Your Honor. I'm guessing that, so there's two objections here. I'll take up the cumulative objection first. The state does plan to admit a number of exhibits that show the body when it was photographed by detectives. Those capture specific angles of the body. The video would not be cumulative because it will show angles of the body and other things that are not shown in those photographs that cannot be captured through a photographic means. Now, in terms of the prejudicial argument, this is well settled. Just because a photo or a video is graphic does not mean that it is unfairly prejudicial to either party. State v. Levitt, and this is an Idaho Supreme Court case. It is the seminal case of the issue from 1989. It has received no negative treatment. In that case...
Mr. Radford, do you have the spelling and the site for that?
Yeah. Leavitt, and that's 115 Idaho 285. The pin site for what I'll be referencing today is 290. It's again a 1989 case. In that case, the defendant asserted that the admission of photographs of the victim of a homicide that at the time the photographs were taken was in an advanced state of decomposition was unfairly prejudicial to the defendant. That's what the defendant argued. In response, this is what the Supreme Court held. In the instant case, although the photographs were admittedly gruesome in nature, clearly they were necessary to show the nature of the crime and the type of wounds inflicted on the body. And then they made this prescient statement. The jury is entitled to have an accurate picture of all the circumstances, and although such information may be gruesome in nature, it is necessary to make an intelligent finding of fact. And it really goes with the statement, Your Honor, a photograph is worth a million words. What we've elicited at this point is mere descriptions from witnesses. The photographs will show the actual body. The photographs the state intends to admit here show the nature of the injuries sustained by Ms. Jones and, very importantly, the position and condition of her body when it was found by friends and by law enforcement. That evidence is directly relevant as to whether a rape or burglary occurred and to the manner of death of Ms. Jones. So I'll ask the court to allow the state to admit this evidence despite their graphic nature.
All right. Mr. Radford, may I have missed it. Did the court in Levitt address the cumulative issue?
Yes. The cumulative issue was the first that I addressed, Your Honor. The video was going to show, and the photographs showed different perspectives of the body. It shows different things from the body. What the state intends to elicit and expects to elicit and show is that there were numerous injuries to Ms. Jones' body that can only be captured by different perspectives. Therefore, simply because we're admitting a large number of photographs or videos does not mean that it's cumulative, because those individual perspectives will show different injuries.
Understood.
And that's important for the jury to hear.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Radford. Appreciate your argument. Mr. Andrew, any additional argument?
No, Your Honor, I just think it's cumulative, and I think the court having the exhibits can view whether the ones that are proposed are going to be cumulative and excessive.
All right. Well, I do note that the court's been provided by the state other photos that I expect the state to want to introduce related to the photographs taken at the scene, photographs at the autopsy, et cetera. At this time we have State's Exhibit 31 regarding Captain Stone's video taken inside the house. So we're dealing with that exhibit at this point. I understand the defense's objection as it to being cumulative with other prospective exhibits that the state may intend and will intend to offer. This is within the court's discretion as to its admission. I do find, based on my review and understanding of Rule 403 and State versus Levitt, as the state has cited to the court, that it's not cumulative at this point. The court does not find that any prejudice associated with the video would be less probative and more prejudicial to the defendant at this time. So the defense's objection is noted. It's overruled at this time. The next question then, Mr. Andrew, is there any other objection to Exhibit 31 that you'd want to make?
No.
So aside from your objection then as to Rule 403, would you then be okay to admit Exhibit 31?
Only if the court determines appropriate foundation's been laid.
Okay.
And just to add to the record, Your Honor, this exhibit, there is at 22 seconds into it, it's 7 minutes 24.39, but 22 seconds in, there is Captain Stone or Detective Stone at the time is just saying where he's at and what the date is or whatever. So I don't know if the court and the counsel are okay if I have audio just up to that point, and then I'll mute it otherwise, because there's other stuff that we've talked to defense counsel about that I don't think the audio needs to be heard or played.
And the issue then gets to be, if the jury wants to review it, how we're going to ensure they don't hear the video or the audio.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we can cross that bridge when we get there. So, all right. Well, so the 403 objections overruled at this time. Again, assuming the state lays the appropriate foundation, when we get there, we'll get there. So I want to also note for the members in the gallery, we have members or family members related to Norrie Jones. The video obviously will be graphic. So I wanted to let you folks know that and have the option, if you wish to leave the gallery while that's being played. That's certainly up to you. Mr. Andrew?
Just sure, I've in prior matters I've been involved in, I know we have given the warning similar to what you've given to the gallery and then taken a break afterwards to let them know that it's okay to come back in.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to take up before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
All rise for the court.
Good afternoon. We'll be back on the record. State versus Brad Compher. We have counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant, and the defendant present in the courtroom. We are outside the presence of the jury. All right, Ms. Price, Exhibit 31. You got that? Any issues related to that?
I believe we have it fixed, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I'm just verifying on this device if it'll play, or
Pardon?
if it'll play on this device, since it played downstairs. But I think we have everything fixed, Your Honor.
Okay. And as far as any redactions to that video?
It was done, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Andrews, have you looked at that?
I haven't.
You have not?
I have not.
Okay. Do you want to look at that?
This is a different one.
I suppose it'd probably be best to play it before the jury comes in just to make sure it doesn't have the sound, et cetera. So.
And then also just a reminder, then a substituted copy of Exhibit 42 as we discussed as well.
I have that, Your Honor.
Okay, you have that with you now?
I do.
All right. You want to, Paul, would you collect that for Ms. Price? All right, so Ms. Price, if you do a test run of the video, will there be graphic images at that time?
Would you like me to screen share that? Is that what you're asking, if I'd play that video right now?
Well, no, if you run a test of it right now to make sure
I
it's...
can test it. It works, Your Honor. I don't know if Mr. Andrew wants to come over and...
That-
My only issue is the audio been removed.
It
Yeah,
has.
so I have to just turn this on. It doesn't speak immediately, but
What the time point you said.
it's like right in, it's like 22 seconds in, so right there. Yeah.
Your Honor, Ms. Price is indicating that the audio was at about 22 seconds in, and it played past the 22-second mark. Didn't appear to be any sound.
All right.
I didn't hear any sound.
And I had the volume up to like 75, so.
Very well. All right. So we discussed the previous objection. At this point, we'll see the state or see if the state will lay the foundation for its admission, and we'll go from there. Okay. Anything else, counsel, you need to take up?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Reiner, bring the jury in, please. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. All members of the jury have returned and are seated in the jury box. Will the parties waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Detective Stone, you realize you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Price, you may inquire.
Thank you. Captain Stone, I think we were talking about I was asking about if you went into the residence at 3617 Pole Line Road and if you videotaped that, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think we had talked a little bit about what you were wearing or not wearing to enter into the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regards to the recording that you made on September 28th of 2004, entering in and going throughout the residence of that Pole Line address, did you have an opportunity to view that?
Yes.
And approximately when did you view that recording?
I was at your office, I think, last week or the week before.
And when you were viewing that recording, did it appear to be a fair and accurate recording or copy of what you'd videotaped on that date of September 28th of 2004?
Yes, it did.
And you were able to view it and determine whether or not it had been altered or modified?
It did not appear to be altered or modified.
And it is something that you yourself recorded or prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for admission of States Exhibit number 31.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew, any objection?
Just the previous objection I made under 403.
All right, thank you. The court overruled that objection previously. states Exhibit 31 shall be admitted. Ms. Price, you have plans to publish that to the jury at this time?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, folks, the members of the jury, and then those that are with us in the gallery, including any members of Norrie Jones' family, the contents of this video are graphic. So I wanted to advise you all of that. Folks in the gallery that wish to excuse themselves at this time, we'll have the marshal come get you if you want to return to the gallery afterwards, okay? All right, you may proceed, Ms. Price.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Stone, after you finished recording the inside of the residence, what was your next? You testified you had various assignments that were given. Do you recall what you did after recording the inside of the residence?
I'm having a hard time remembering the exact sequence, but we did or I should say, I participated in a grid search of the property in which investigators lined up, and then we walked the property looking for anything that might be evidence or related. And then I was assigned to go around the exterior of the house and to examine all the windows and doors and, from the outside, see if I could locate any shoe prints or anything like that. So I started at the...
Let me interrupt you just at this point.
Okay.
So we'll just break it up a little bit. When you conduct a grid search, what did that involve, or how did you go about doing that?
Myself and other investigators were given sections of the yard and the grounds, including to the fence lines, and on the one side a little bit beyond that, because that would be a place where someone could have come in and out pretty easy without being seen. So we all were given a line to go down and search either side of that line throughout the exterior of the property.
And as you conducted that grid search, was there anything in your line or area that you were searching that you located?
I found a red lighter, and that was marked to be later collected, which it was. And then I found on the fence line on the south side of that property, I found a red mark on the fence, and I didn't really know what it was, if it was like some kind of older paint or possibly a blood transfer or something. So I marked that and reported that as well, and we processed it further later on.
And then you indicated that another assignment was to go around and inspect the exterior or the outer part of the residence?
Yes.
And can you describe how you went about doing that?
I started from the northwest corner of the house, and I stayed out from the house just a little bit, but close enough so I could really see the windows and I could see the dirt and so on by the house, to look for any maybe footprints or that kind of evidence. And so I went around to the east and around to the front of the house. The front door appeared shut and secured. I didn't see any marks or anything on it that I noticed. And then I went to the north side, and as I started along the north side, there's a back porch that kind of juts out from the main house, and it has windows in it, and it contains the back door. And as I was going, and there was a trash enclosure or container where there was like 2 trash cans in it. It was a wood structure, and there was windows right over that. And as I went by that window, I could see there was 2 windows, and they're the same size as you're looking at them. One's on the left and one's on the right, and the one on the left I could see was open, and it had the screen was cut on 3 sides, and the window was in the full open position. So that drew my attention because I believed it might be where someone could have entered the house.
And these, which side of the residence was that on?
That was on the north side of the residence.
And that was near Norrie Jones' vehicle?
Yes, in the driveway. The driveway for the residence is there as well on the north side.
And in looking at or facing these 2 windows, so you would have been facing south?
Correct.
And they're on the north side. What type of windows were they? Do they open upwards?
They were
Crank?
rectangular, and there was 2 separate windows. I had eventually measured them and so on, and I think I did a sketch at one point, but they were just about, I'd say about 2 feet high and about 3 feet long. And they slid, the one that was where the screen was cut slid to the left, and it was all the way in the open position, but the screen was still kind of in place, so you couldn't immediately notice that something was wrong there until you took a little closer look, and then you could see that the screen was cut and the window was open.
And you found, or I observed that, did you continue to go around the residence and inspect the rest of the exterior at that point?
I did check the other window. That is also where the back door is located, just not on that same north side, but kind of on the porch, but on the west side. So the windows would be, if you're looking at the corner of the house where the back door is, the windows would be just to your left, and the door would be on the back side to your right. And that's the door that we went in when we videotaped.
And
Or I went in when I videotaped, sorry.
well, there are other feet in there, so you probably weren't alone. And with regards to inspecting the rest of the exterior of the residence, was there anything of interest after you discovered saw the cut screen?
Well, that back door had blood transfer marks on it, both on right on kind of the outer part of the frame. I remember one, and then on the inside of the frame there was some blood transfer marks.
And other than locating that as you went around the exterior, was there anything else as you completed the roundabout inspection?
Well, when I found the window, I'd drawn the attention of Sergeant Peterson to report to him what I had found. And then when I completed the rest of it, other than the back door, I didn't see anything on the west side that really got my attention there. But then we went back to the window and did a more close inspection, and then we looked at some disturbances in the dust on the inside of that area where the window was.
And if I can have, exhibits, states exhibits 4, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, and 4F shown to the witness. Could look through those.
For the record, first, the record reflect the witness has exhibits 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, and 4F. Go ahead, Ms. Price.
Thank you. If you could look at those, Captain, and see if those look familiar to you.
Yes, this is a photo of the
Let me ask this before. So they look familiar to you?
Yes, they
correct?
do. Yes.
Do they appear to be in the same state or condition as when the photographs were taken?
Yes.
Do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of what you would recognize?
Yes.
They appear to have been altered or modified in any manner?
No.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of States Exhibits 4, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, and 4F.
Mr. Andrew.
No objection, Your Honor.
Very well. States Exhibits 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, and 4F shall be admitted.
And Detective, I call you Captain Detective, sorry, I switch back and forth.
It's okay.
with regards to, let's look at each of those individually. The exhibit numbers, I believe, are on the back. So if you could start with exhibit, what's marked and has been admitted as State's Exhibit 4.
4, yes, I have 4.
Could you just describe briefly what that depicts?
That's, it's taken from like it would be the northeast corner of the house, and it shows that, that built-on porch, or that jutting out porch. Almost looks like an add-on to me. It shows that. It shows the front door of the residence and the front porch of the residence. And it shows the 2 rectangular windows that I spoke of, including the one on the left where the window was open.
And Ms. Price, just for my clarification, this is Exhibit 4?
There's, first one is 4, and then there's 4A, 4B, 4CD, 4CDEF.
Okay, I didn't hear 4. I heard 4A through F. So Exhibit 4 is, you want admitted as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Andrew?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 4 is also admitted. Go ahead.
And then if you could look at what has been admitted as 4A and describe what that is.
4A is a picture from the west side of the house, pointing towards the back door. It shows Nori's car in the driveway, and it shows that little built-on porch with the back door. The back door is in the open position. And it shows a little bit of one of the outbuildings that was right behind the house.
And then 4B, as in boy.
4B, yes.
What is that picture of?
That's a picture from the north side of the house that shows that back porch built on. Shows Nori's car. We'd taped off the area to keep people out, and so it shows crime scene tape. But yeah, that basically shows those 2 rectangular windows, the one that I spoke of being open with the screen cut.
And does, let's do 4C, as in cat, Carl. What does that picture contain?
4C is another shot from the west side of the residence, or kind of the back of the residence, and it shows that, again, that back door shows the 2 rectangular windows on the north side of that built-on porch, and then it shows the back of the house. There's kind of a cinder block structure that's part of the house. I don't know if that was something added on or original.
And then 4D is in David. What is that a picture of?
That's a paper print, and it shows the back door from the area of the step of the back door into that back porch area. You can see a exercise bike, I think it is, in there, and you can see the window that's on the west side of that little built-on. But you can't really see the 2 rectangular windows on the north side.
And then 4E is in Edward.
Oops. They're sticking together on me. 4E is the back door of the residence. Kind of a close-up. You can see blood mark or blood transfer on it.
And then 4F is in Frank.
4F is in Frank is with the back door closed from the west side or the back side of the house, looking straight at that door.
And in looking at those exhibits that you've just gone through, the photographs, do any of them depict this? You described a garbage can area or some place that there's garbage cans or trash cans?
Yes.
And do any of those photographs depict that area?
4 shows that area. You see there's a little wooden enclosure, and there was like 2 metal round trash cans, like the galvanized trash cans. And then to the right of those it was like a city container, a plastic dumpster container.
And if I could have the witness shown State's Exhibit, what's been marked as State's Exhibits 5 and 5A and 5B and 5C and 5D. And just to be clear, Your Honor, there's 5 and then 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, and that should be it.
Thank you. All right. The witness has Exhibits 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, and 5D.
Captain, if you could look at those various items that have been marked as State's Exhibit 5 and letters A through D. A is in Adam and D through David. Do those appear familiar to you?
Yes. Let me look at them all here. Yes, those are more detailed pictures of the window that I spoke of that had the cut screen and was in the open position.
And in looking at those exhibits, do they appear to be fair and accurate photographs of the pole line residence in that area, the window area?
Yes.
Do they appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
No.
And they are photographs that depict that residence in 2004 on September 28th of 2004?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of States Exhibit 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, and 5D.
Mr. Andrew, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. States Exhibit 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, and 5D shall be admitted.
And Captain, if you could just briefly go through each of those like we did with the previous ones, just state what the first one I would assume is 5, Exhibit 5.
Okay. Yeah, starting with 5, it's a picture of the left-hand rectangular window. It shows, you can see the screen cut along the bottom of the window. There's a curtain there behind it, so the curtain was in the closed position, but the window is in the open position. And 5A, it's another little bit further out shot of that same window that shows it in the open position. You can see, you can see a little bit of the wooden trash can enclosure, I guess, for lack of a better word, that kind of abutted to the house and then went out to the north and then went to the west where the trash cans sit. B is that same angle, but it's further out, so you can see both windows. You can see the city dumpster, another like plastic trash can, and then you can see the trash can enclosure, and you can see one of the metal cans there just out in front of it. And at that point, the window that I'm looking at has been, the curtain is open. And then I believe this is from the
And what exhibit is that?
5C.
Okay.
And I believe that is taken from the inside out of the cut screen along the bottom of the window, and you can see the other part of the screen just above it where it's separated after it had been cut. And then 5D is another shot from the inside looking out, and you can see the window sill, just on the inside, is white in color, and you can see that some of the dust that had been on there was disturbed, and particularly in like 2 spots, kind of right at the bottom of that window that was open with the screen cut.
Thank you. And you can put those aside or move them out of the way if that works.
Okay.
And talking about that window area and the cut screen, you talked about seeing some kind of debris or the trash cans, the lids of them, there appeared to be something out of place or some kind of debris.
Yeah, the trash can on the one side had like debris and stuff on it, and the other side was pretty well clean. So I just like that had been either somebody disturbed the stuff that was on there, or they had, dumped the trash can lid off or something to that effect, or the trash can had tipped over and the debris had fallen off of it. I don't know the answer. They were both in the upright position when we found them.
Below the window.
Yes, just kind of out from the window and below it. Yeah.
And then on the interior, on the other side of the window, I think on the inside, you mentioned that there appeared to have been what you observed, like something had been brushed or moved or something?
There was several. So there was some things sitting inside the window. There was like a microwave oven, and there was a exercise bike, and a couple other things. I'd have to refresh my memory, but there was a layer of dust on everything in that room, and you could see that sometime, I don't know exactly when, but fairly recently, from when we were looking at it, that there was marks where the dust had been disturbed. And my belief was that someone had gone through that window.
There's no foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question, Ms. Price.
Now, Captain, you testified a little bit about your training experience and how long you'd been in detectives.
Yes.
And you had been in, at some point, investigating burglaries and robberies, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regards to investigating those types of offenses, what generally you're looking for?
You're often looking for a point of entry for any physical evidence that might be left around that point of entry, for whatever the, I'm sorry. What?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. All right, Mr. Andy, you have an objection?
Do, Your Honor, I'm going to object. It appears that we're getting into an attempt to elicit an opinion, would be an expert opinion. Mr. Stone wasn't disclosed as an expert opinion. The foundation for that opinion hasn't been disclosed. If all they're trying to do is have him describe the marks, it can be done without reference to training.
All right, Ms. Price?
Your Honor, is it okay if I argue this
Go ahead.
point of evidence? So I'm not sure that the evidence that the state is attempting to elicit here would qualify as expert witness testimony. We're asking this witness to identify whether, under his observations, it appeared that dust had been moved. The movement of dust from manual manipulation is not in the area of scientific analysis. This is the kind of thing that is within the province of the jury. The jury certainly, through their own life experience, has experienced dust building up and then being moved. And so I'm not sure that an expert witness is needed to give an opinion as to whether dust had been moved on this occasion. I think that Detective Stone can just merely elicit what he observed from his training and experience, and the jury can weigh that evidence and give it whatever weight they deem fit.
And that last part I have no qualms with, Your Honor. I think if he's going to describe what he saw, then the jury can make their assessment of what that means. But I think we were going into something about expressing an opinion, and that was my objection.
All right, understood. All right, well, overly objection at this time. I don't know that I heard anything that was leading towards expert opinion, but we'll see where it goes. All right, so objections noted, it's overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Price.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Captain, this, what did you observe with regards to dust having been shifted or moved or brushed or something?
Well, as I had described in the one photo, the sill had some dust on it, and it had a couple of spots where the dust appeared to had been disturbed or was moved. It wasn't as heavy as what it was in the other parts. And then on the inside, like the bicycle seat had a mark on it where the dust had been disturbed off the bicycle seat. And then same thing with the microwave that was sitting in there. And then there was one other item that also had one or two dust disturbances that I could see on it.
And as you made these various observations, both the cut screen, the window being opened, and then the top of the trash can, and then inside on the other side of the window, how did you proceed at that point?
We continued to examine that. Photography, obviously, to document what we were seeing. Looked closer at the open window, and I could see on the outside of the open window there was finger marks where they went from left to right, like whoever made those may have opened the window.
And how were you able to, I guess, were they smudges or what?
They looked like latent fingerprints. I could see clearly like 4 fingerprint marks. I couldn't really.
I'm going to object to the reference to finger marks. I don't think there's been any foundation for them being finger marks.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this time. Your next question, Ms. Price.
So, Captain, with regards to, you have training on latent prints or fingerprints?
Yes.
And you, I guess with that training, you took classes?
And Your Honor, I'm going to get into the same objection trying to qualify him as a witness, or as an expert witness, sorry.
Goes to his training experience as a detective and his knowledge, and he's a lay witness in his observations, Your Honor.
All right, overrule the objection. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, they look like finger marks to me. I couldn't tell if there was enough, detail in there bridge detail to really to identify or not. But when I spoke to Sergeant Peterson,
Go ahead.
he wanted to.
Your Honor, I'm going to object if this. I think he's about to testify to hearsay, what somebody else told him.
All right, Ms. Price.
Your Honor, I think he has to, I don't think he said what is hearsay yet, or if he said anything that's hearsay. He's told Sergeant Peterson, and then it's going to be the effect upon the listener, potentially, about how he proceeded next, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I hadn't heard him say anything that's to what Sergeant Peterson said, so next question, please.
So you relayed this information or discussed this with Sergeant Peterson?
Yes.
And how did you proceed after that?
I was told not to process that, keep it secure, and we're going to have the.
Object. This is hearsay.
Ms.
What he
Price.
told me.
Or
Hang on, sir. One moment, please.
Okay.
it's the effect upon the listener and what he did next. doesn't go necessarily to the truth of the matter. It's just what he was doing and why he did what he did.
I'll submit it, Your Honor.
All right. Objections noted. It's overruled. Go ahead, sir.
Anyway, we were going to wait for the state lab people, including the fingerprint expert, to come over to do any further processing on that window.
And after that decision was made, what else did you do at that point at the Poline residence?
As the processing proceeded and the state lab people came, I was in charge of recording the scene evidence inventories. So people would bring me a piece of evidence and we would make sure it was properly packaged, and I would write it on a scene evidence inventory, and then I would keep that secure until I could turn it over to our evidence technicians that work in the police department. So we sometimes had called that, I'd be in a scribe or be in the evidence custodian.
And you were designated evidence custodian at the Poline residence?
Yes.
And when evidence was brought to you and you would document it on, I guess, the inventory or log it or whatever you did, I think you said inventory, what would you do with that item of evidence at that point?
By that time, we had our evidence trailer on scene, and I would package it, make sure it was labeled correctly, fill out the scene evidence inventory, and then I would lock it in the evidence trailer, which was in my view so I could see it. But we had set up a table so that we could record items of evidence as they were brought out of the house or they were developed outside in the yard or wherever that was collected from. They would bring it to the table, and I would record who collected it, when they collected it, what it was, and all on and the time that it was collected.
And you were I guess the sole evidence custodian?
I don't know if I was sole, but I was primary, and I did most. When I look at the scene evidence inventories, the majority of them, with one or two exceptions, are in my handwriting. So.
And the individuals that are bringing you this, that would be law enforcement officers?
Law enforcement officers, lab technicians that had come from Idaho State Police that had some expertise in forensic evidence collection, or ISP detectives or Pocatello Police detectives.
And do you recall if you were provided the window?
Yes.
And do you recall who provided that to you?
I believe I helped remove it. It was under the supervision of Gary Cushman, who was the fingerprint examiner from Boise, or Meridian, I guess, is where they are located.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to the question because I'm not sure which window we're talking to. We jumped to the collection of a window, so I'm going to ask for some clarification.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection, Ms. Price.
Captain, which window did you help remove?
It was the rectangular window on the north side of the house that I'd been talking about. It had the cut screen on 3 sides and was in the open position. Mr. Cushman wanted it brought to, or put into evidence, and so he could examine it better back in Meridian.
And is that the same one that had what appeared to be fingerprints on it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also take the screen?
Yes.
And did you receive any other kind of items of evidence from Mr. Cushman?
Yes. 13 or 14 latent lift cards that he had processed from different areas of the house.
And what are latent lift cards?
When you process a latent print, and you can you have ridge detail, then you lift that. Sometimes you photograph it, generally first. You lift it and put it on a latent lift card so that it can be labeled and then further examined. So it's labeled as to where it was found, who developed it, and then because of the chain of custody, he turned those over to me, who I then placed them into evidence at Pocatello Police.
And approximately how long, if you can remember, were you on scene that 28th day of September 2004 being evidence custodian?
Pretty much all day and into the evening.
Okay. And at some point, did you get to go home, I guess, or leave?
Yes.
And do you know, within your knowledge, if that residence and that scene was kept secure by law enforcement?
Pocatello police officers were assigned to be out there. I believe they had 2 of them out there overnight. So.
And then did you end up going, on the 29th of September 2004, did you end up going back to that location?
Yes, I did.
And when was that? Like what time of day?
Well, I believe that was the day we went to Henderson Funeral Home, and that might have been, I want to say that was in the morning.
Okay,
but,
so at some point you went back to the Poline residence,
yes,
but there was somewhere else you went?
I went back there, I think we had a meeting at the Pocatello Police Department with the supervisors, so, but yeah, I went back there on the 29th, and I did more evidence custodian work.
And so any evidence that was collected at that residence, you were still primary evidence custodian?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that at some point on the 29th you went to a funeral home?
Yes.
And where was that?
Henderson's Funeral Home.
What was it?
Henderson's Funeral Home.
And did you go there alone?
No, I went with several other detectives, and we didn't travel there together, but we met the technicians from the Idaho State Lab, Skylar and Rocky, I think, is their first names.
Okay. And was Mr. Cushman there also?
Yes, Mr. Cushman was there. I believe Detective Tom Sellers of ISP was there. Detective Huerta was there. Detective Daniels, and there was somebody with Daniels, I can't remember.
And what was your purpose, I guess along with other law enforcement, what you knew your purpose was in going to the funeral home?
They were going to examine Nori's body for more evidence, fibers or hairs or whatever they could find. And I was there, again, for the purpose of being the evidence custodian and recording anything that was gathered or found.
Okay. So if there was any kind of evidence obtained at the funeral home, that was turned over to you still as primary evidence custodian?
Yes, that's correct.
And where was Henderson Funeral Home located?
On 15th, I believe.
And that's Pocatello, Bannock County, State, Idaho?
Yes.
And after being at the funeral home and receiving evidence, what did you do with that evidence?
I kept that in my custody and then turned it into to the evidence technicians at Pocatello Police Department, where it was transferred and put into a secure locker and paperwork provided for its submission. So.
And just briefly, can you describe to me what the process is of putting evidence into evidence of the Pocatello Police Department, if that makes sense?
Yes. They have several rooms where they can keep larger items. Only the evidence custodians and their supervisor have access to them. So if I was to take evidence in there, I can either put it in a locker and I lock it, and then I drop the key in their office in a secured lockbox, and then they process it from there. So once I've dropped the key, I don't have access to that evidence anymore. It's now in the evidence technician's care. So.
And if you wanted access to that evidence, what would you have to do?
I'd have to go through the evidence technician.
Okay. And do you know, are you aware if there's is it kind of like a library where you check out something?
Yeah, kind of like that. I mean, they pull it from they obviously have a lot of evidence that's been collected over the years, and they have this big secure room in the back that has files, but they have it all categorized, and it's so you go and you say, I would go and say, I would like to look at these latent lift cards, and they would go to pull it up on their computer and see what location it was, and they would go and get it, and then I have to sign out for it, and for the purpose, whether it's for court or further investigation or to provide to somewhere else, or and then when you're done with that, you have to bring it back and you check it back in the same way. You fill out the chain of custody record that says when you're putting it back into, say, locker number 5, and to locker number 5 on this date and time, and then you sign and you put it back in the locker again and drop the key again. Unless the evidence technician happens to be right there, you can transfer it to them and they can go put it back where it belongs. So.
Okay. And on that, we were talking about I believe the 29th of September of 2004. You at some point went back to the residence, got other evidence, and then did you do a post-search video?
Yeah, that was actually done on the 30th. When we had finished and then evaluated that was there anything else we need to take. There was a lot of stuff that was removed from the house, so that we would have it in the future.
Right. So you were technically evidence custodian from September 28th through September 30th of 2004?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did the post-search recording, how did you go about doing that?
About the same way that I did, other than Sergeant Marchand and Sergeant Peterson were not right there with me. I started from the back door and went in the same path, tried to video depict anything that we had taken. We took parts of floors and parts of carpets and parts of walls and mattresses and a lot of things. So I tried to show that in the video, that this is how it changed from before to after, and then including like where the window had been.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit, what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 32, I'd like to be able to talk to the Captain about that. Captain, did you view the post-search recording?
Yes.
And when did you do that?
Also, I think the week before last at your office.
And in viewing that recording, did it appear to be a fair and accurate recording of what you had recorded on September 30th of 2004?
Yes, it did.
Did it appear that it had been modified or altered in any way?
No.
And it appeared to be the one that you had recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd just move for admission of State's Exhibit number 2 and play that for the jury.
32?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Very well. State's Exhibit 32 shall be admitted and permission granted to publish.
Captain, we finished watching what's admitted as State's Exhibit number 32. Did you have, in the following weeks or months, did you have any further involvement with the evidence that had been collected?
I did. I took a large amount of evidence to the lab in Meridian, where I turned it over to the technician there. They assigned their own numbers, went through and categorized it. I think there was probably 80 exhibits, maybe 70 something.
And do you recall when that was that you transported those items over to Boise Meridian?
I believe it was October 7th, 2014.
2014 or 2000?
2004, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's a lot of numbers. And when you describe how you went about taking these various pieces of evidence over to Boise or Meridian.
Okay, I took a van and first I checked them all out, chain of custody wise. The evidence technician had to check them all out to me, and then I transported them directly to Meridian, and there was a technician named Jane, and then I talked to the like the forensic scientist that does their DNA work. Paul was her last name, and anyway, all these items were turned over for further processing. They included the window and lots of the fingerprint cards and a lot of other things that have been collected throughout the course of the investigation. Anyway, they checked them into their system and signed them out and gave me a receipt for them, and I returned to Pocatello Police with that and updated the reports.
And you indicated or testified that there was the window that had been removed. That was one of the items.
Yes.
Do you know if the latent prints were taken over by you? The latent fingerprint or latent cards?
Yeah, the cards that Mr. Cushman had turned in, they were taken back over there to be placed into their system for further examination. So.
And let me ask you just a little clarification. When you were provided these, I think you call them latent print cards or latent lifts, I don't know what the terminology is.
Latent lift cards.
When Mr. Cushman provided those to you, did he just hand you each of the 13 cards, or how did you receive them, if you recall?
I think he gave them to me as a group. I mean, it would indicate probably on my scene evidence inventory, but we recorded receiving those. But yeah, he had them numbered, and the location where he lifted them was on there as far as the back door or window or whatever. So.
And sorry,
I was going to say he didn't. He wanted to work on the window back at the lab. So.
And when evidence was obtained from you, you talked about packaging it up, or you were provided that already packaged up or told how to package it?
Yes, I helped package the window. We put that in heavy paper bags and then taped it with evidence tape so that if somebody opened it, you'd be able to tell, because the evidence tape is that kind of no tamper kind of tape. So.
And that most, I guess, is evidence sealed with evidence tape to keep the integrity of it or show if it's been tampered with?
Yes, exactly.
And there were, you said, approximately 80 or so items that you transported over to Boise Meridian area?
Yeah, to be real accurate, I'd have to double check my report, but I think it was somewhere around 78 or my belief anyway, 80 maybe.
And when you transport those items, Do you, I guess, do you get to travel alone with them? Do you take somebody else with you?
I traveled alone that time because they had, everybody else was on other assignments, so. But yeah, you could either way.
And do you know if one of the items that you transported over on that date of October 7th, 2004, if it was fingernail clippings?
Could have been, but I'd have to double check to recall that.
Do you have, I guess, would it help to refer to your logs or your notes or your report to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Do you have those items with you to be able to review and refresh your memory?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, I just request permission for Captain Stone to review his documentation to refresh his memory, but not to read from or testify from, Your Honor.
All right, sir, if you would review your report. When you're done, please notify the court, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've located an entry on the Idaho State Police Forensic Services Evidence Submission Receipt Form for
And Your Honor,
fingernail.
just have him indicate whether he's reviewed his record or not.
Yes, sir, don't testify from the report, please. Have you located the document that refreshed your memory?
Yes, I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Your next question, Ms. Price.
And Captain, you've been able to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, and are you able, I think the question was if you'd taken fingernail clippings over?
Yes, I did take fingernail clippings over.
And in refreshing your memory, do you recall if you, it sounds like you took the late and lift cards or the 13 or 14 late and lift cards over.
Your Honor, before he testifies further, can he remove the documents from in front of him? So we know he's just testifying from his memory.
All right, yes, sir, please close the folder.
All right. And
Thank you.
do you recall if one of the items that you took over was a ring?
Yes, I recall that item.
And that was in the October, I guess I'll call it the October 7th trip. And do you know, with regards to these items of evidence that you took over, specifically let's talk about the late and lift cards, were they in the same condition as when they were initially packaged at the scene by you?
I believe so. They were still in the packaging. They were put into another envelope and then sealed with evidence tape, and so.
And then the window, was that in the same condition from the date of, I believe it was around September 29th, 30th? Was it in the same state or condition when you transported on October 7th of 2004?
Yes. It was still in its packaging.
Now, Captain, do you recall back when you were at the Poline residence receiving this ring that we're talking about?
Yes.
And can you describe how you received that as evidence custodian?
It was found on the floor after the body was, Norrie's body was removed.
And that was provided to you at Poline?
Yes, by one of the investigators that was involved in the inside investigation.
And along with the other items of evidence, did you take a sexual assault kit over to Boise Meridian on October 7th of 2004?
Yes, I believe so.
And I'm going to bounce back just for a minute to the ring, because I think I forgot to ask this question. Do you know, when you received that ring at the Poline residence, how you processed it or packaged it to place it into the evidence van?
I can't recall specifically how it was packaged.
Okay.
We would have packaged it to try to preserve it, and anything that was on it we would have tried to preserve that by putting it in the proper packaging. So.
Okay. And as evidence custodian, were you, I guess, do you wear protective gear or something to keep from, or to preserve evidence?
Yeah, gloves, depending on if you're going in the scene, hairnet, Tyvek suit, booties.
Okay. And then once you took those items on October 7th, 2004 over to Boise Meridian, were you the officer that went back and retrieved them if they were to be returned to the Pocatello Police Department?
No, I do not believe so. I believe I was on another assignment by then.
I believe that's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Mr. Andrew?
So in the video you took, what do we call the pre-search video, the graphic one, Norrie Jones's left middle finger is extended, correct?
Yes.
And there is no ring on it, correct?
Correct.
Were you present when the ring was located, or was it just brought to you?
It was brought to me. I was acting as the custodian, and we were using the table and the little shelter that we had set up to process evidence.
Do you remember who brought that to you?
I could find it in the reports, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
The door, I've seen at least pictures of it now closed and open. So when you got there, was the door, and let me be clear, the back door or the door on the west side of the house, was that door open when you got there?
It was open when I got there.
Okay. Do you know if people were opening and shutting it, or did you see people manipulating that door while you were there?
It was left open for the vast majority of what I saw, and then we did, I don't recall who exactly closed it, but we closed it to take a picture of it in the closed position.
Do you remember anything on the inside handle of the door?
On the, like the doorknob you're talking about?
Yes.
I know there was some blood marks around that area. I don't know if there was, any particular marks on the doorknob itself, but there was right around that same area of the door, there was some blood transfers.
Do you have, could I have him handed, it'd take me just a second to figure out which one it is, Your Honor. It's one of the fives. Let me ask you this. There's one of the pictures, and it's in one of the series of the five, that shows the north wall with the window you've been talking about. And it looks like there's a bunch of black underneath those windows. And it doesn't appear in previous or in other pictures, I'll say. Do you have a description or an explanation for that?
You know, I'd have to look at the picture. It could be where they used latent print powder to try to develop prints.
And Your Honor, it's,
And then-
if I could have him handed Exhibit 5B. B as in Baker.
The witness has Exhibit 5B.
And Mr. Stone, I'll just direct you to the bottom left-hand corner. On that wall, there seems to be a bunch of black. Do you know what that is?
I don't know for sure. That could be print powder.
Okay. But were you there when that area was processed by any other person like Mr. Cushman?
I was, but I wasn't like right behind him when he was doing those things.
Would it be fair to say you were in the area but not right next to him?
Yeah, that'd be fair to say.
Okay. And then the exhibit can be returned to the clerk. You talked about two, trying to remember how you described them. They were metal garbage cans and then like a plastic city container, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks in one of the pictures as though the green container, the lid is open. Do you recall that? And that's actually in the, I think, in the video. Do you remember it being open?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was, you know, if we opened it. I don't know.
Okay.
But I do remember it being open. It was actually some cigarette butts that were observed in there, and we found later that that was her sister.
Okay. So the two silver cans, they're metal. I think you called them galvanized steel. Would that be correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe that's what they are.
You said there was debris on one of them, and I wasn't clear, and I'm going to call them the left one and the right one. The left one being closest to the road as you're looking at the north wall, and the other one's to the right, so closer to the back door. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what sort of debris, if any, was on the left, on the top of the left can?
The left can, it was fairly clean.
Okay. What about the right can?
It did have some debris on it.
What kind of debris?
Just like dirt and leaves and that kind of debris.
Did you locate any footprints on the lid of either can?
I don't believe so. We collected the lid from the can on the left
Okay.
and put it into evidence.
Do you know whether it was dented at all, or whether it was in its kind of manufactured condition?
I don't recall that it had, you know, like a big dent or anything in it. But.
Okay. And then, were you just present when the left window was removed, or did you actually participate in that removal?
I believe I participated in helping to package that.
Okay. Did you help take it out of the window frame, or however it was situated?
I don't think I'm the one that took it out of the frame, but I did help package it and make sure it was bagged so we could preserve whatever was on it. But
Okay. And then you talked about there being dust that was disturbed, and I'm not clear on the so you talked, I think, about the outside windowsill, so it would be on the exterior of the house from the window.
I believe that picture depicted the inside windowsill,
Okay.
and because it was from the inside looking out, and there was a white colored, and it had some like some dirt on it, but then there was a couple spots where it didn't have as much dirt on it.
Like something that small had rubbed on it, or, I mean, how wide are we talking about with these spots?
About 2 patches, about 3 to 4 inches long for each of them, and they were separated a little bit by a area that was dirtier in the middle.
Was the dust consistent on the inside of the windowsill compared to the outside?
It was kind of hard to see on the outside part of the window because the frame kind of come right to the wall, if you know what I mean. There wasn't a whole lot of ledge there, but there was ledge on the inside.
Was the dust you saw on the inside ledge consistent with the layer of dust on other items? You talked about the microwave or an oven and the seat on the bike.
Yeah, all those items had a layer of dust and then spots where that dust was disturbed.
Okay. Did it appear to be wiped clean or just disturbed?
Well, the bicycle seat, for example, it was covered with dust, but then where that mark was, that was down to the seat. So.
Now, when you were collecting evidence at the residence, were you wearing gloves the entire time, or could you describe? Let me just ask you this: could you describe your use of gloves while you were checking in evidence?
Yes, I wore gloves the majority of the time I was at the scene. If I was doing any sort of evidence processing or packaging.
And how many pieces of evidence do you think you handled that day?
On which day?
Let's try the first day.
2 or 3 pages worth, probably 25 spaces on a page.
Okay. So can you estimate how much that is?
Probably somewhere around 75.
Okay. How about the following day?
I'd have to look. There was quite a few things that were processed out that day as well. Not so many on the 30th.
Okay. And the window was removed on which day?
Again, I'd have to look. I think it was
Okay.
I want to say it was the 29th.
And Your Honor, I'm going to take a pause. We have a juror that I think needs some water. So.
And you're working on that. You're fine. Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Go ahead.
So I was asking you, and sorry if this is repetitive, which day did the door get processed? Or, excuse me, the window get processed?
The actual window, he worked on that, I believe the 29th, but they arrived like the 28th, but kind of late. And I believe Mr. Cushman did a little processing there, but I think that the majority of the work on the window was done on the 29th, would be my recollection of it.
So to the best of your knowledge, it was the 29th? So the second day you were collecting evidence?
I think so, but I could verify that as to when it was turned over and put into evidence. So.
Once you got items to the state lab, is it similar to how you describe the city evidence technicians? Once you turn it over, you don't get to deal with it again unless you check it out?
Right. They pretty well, after they process things, they return them. But like I say, I was assigned to other things by that time. But yes, you check it in, they go through every item, they put their own number on it. They check it in just like when they checked it in with me. You check it in with the technician up there in Meridian, and then you sign for it, and they give you a receipt for it.
And it'd be fair to say, once it goes to the lab, you don't know what their process is for handling that evidence, or what the actual people did with it.
No, you typically get a report back, what the results were, but no, as far as how they handle it there, I don't know.
Okay. You guys sort your thing. I'm going to ask some questions. Okay. Right. Which one is that? Okay. Yeah. So if I could have the witness handed Exhibit 5B again.
And the witness has 5B.
Thank you. So that picture seems to show a silver trash can outside what looks like a garbage can enclosure. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So did the cans get moved away from the wall at some point?
Yes, in order to process there, yes.
Okay. So 5B isn't a reflection of what you saw when you first observed it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They were inside that enclosure.
Would it be fair to say this is probably a picture taken after all the processing was done?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, let me clarify that. I don't know if after all the processing was done, but the processing of that particular location was done.
Okay, fair enough. Do you recall if there was a purse that came to you in evidence?
A what?
A purse?
A purse?
Yes.
There could have been. I don't specifically recall the purse.
Okay. If you were able to look at your notes, would that help you refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point I'd ask if he has a report that will help him refresh his memory. I believe would be the same one he already referred to. We could have him look at that and then let us know when he's had a chance to review it.
All right, sir, if you would review your report to refresh your memory when you have completed that, let the court know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And then, Your Honor, if one of the prosecutors and Mr. Proctor can approach, I think we might be able to point him in a direction.
Okay.
Statement. And at this point, Your Honor, I'm prepared to ask a question and move on if he hasn't been able to find anything.
All right, sir, have you been able to locate that part of your report to refresh your memory?
Unless I missed it, Your Honor, I didn't see it on my evidence inventories.
Okay. All right, next question. Would you close your file then, please, sir? Thank you. Next question, Mr. Andrew.
Yep. So were you the only one that was checking in evidence, or did somebody else assist at some point?
No, I had assistance from ISP Detective Don Broughton.
Okay.
And there's at least one of those sheets where I think some of that handwriting was his.
Okay. And it was eventually all turned over to you to check in with the evidence technicians?
Correct. I transported it. I believe Detective Huerta may have helped me to do that.
Okay. Do you remember ever processing or taking, I guess I'm going to use the term, did you ever remember ever being given the doorknob from the back door?
I don't specifically remember it, but I see it on my evidence inventory sheet that I checked one in.
Okay. Do you remember it ever being removed from the door itself?
Yeah, I didn't actually participate in that, but I do remember them removing it.
Okay. And then did you take possession of any shoe imprints or items that were believed to be shoe prints or footprints from inside the residence?
Yes, there was, I want to say 4 from the kitchen area.
Okay.
That were found to be Detective Cushman and Detective Huertas.
And Your Honor, so those were collected?
Yes.
Did you process them?
No, I did not.
Okay. The window that we've been talking about, did it have a lock or a latch system to it?
That I probably couldn't tell you. It might have had some kind of a latch on the, when you push it, you know, that it catches or whatever, but I couldn't tell you specifically.
Okay. That's all I got. So what, you said you got there when, the first day? Was it,
It was fairly early in the morning. I don't know for sure. I think it was somewhere around 9.
okay. What was the weather like that day?
I know it wasn't raining. I think it was maybe partly cloudy. Fairly warm for late September.
What about the following day?
Yeah, I don't recall it like raining, but and it seemed when you were working, it seemed fairly warm. So.
Okay, fair enough. Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Price?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Captain Stone, you were questioning a little bit about this black substance or something black that was on one of the exhibits, and you mentioned it might be print powder or latent print powder.
Could have been, yeah.
What is that?
That's like, it can be several different mediums, but like a graphite is very common, a graphite powder. And what it does is it clings to the oils that you're putting it on, and that will bring out the latent lift. And so that's part of the latent print processing that's pretty commonly used. But there's a number of different mediums that you can use to develop prints on different surfaces in order to try to make those as visible as possible and be able to lift them and put them on the cards or photograph them. So.
And was that the black substance that was shown in the post-search video?
Yeah, some of that, the more liquid type, was Abido black, which is used to bring out blood stains.
And with regards to you were questioning a little bit in cross-examination about the disturbance of the dust on I think it was an exercise bike as you described it.
Yeah, the seat.
And can you describe where this exercise bike was located in relation to the window that had the cut screen?
Yeah, just a little bit inside the window.
Like a little bit just like down below the ledge, a little bit over?
I'd say it was maybe a foot to 2 foot inside from the wall that contained the window, inside the house, or the porched area, I should say.
And the exercise bike was the only one that had I guess, were there other items that you recall had the dust disturbed?
There was a microwave that was sitting on a stand or something. I don't think it was being used. I think it was being stored there. But it had some dust moved on top of it. And there was another item, and I can't recall exactly what it was, but I remember listing another item that had a dust disturbance, and then the ledge that had what looked to me to be a disturbance in the dust.
And do you recall if there were any other windows that were open on the residence as you, I guess, inspected?
I don't recall finding any other open ones.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. May this witness be excused, counsel?
From the state subpoena, yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Officer Stone. Mr. Stone, for your testimony today, just again remind you not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this matter, okay?
Okay. And
Thank
I
you,
can
sir.
leave the courthouse today?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I guess I'm fine with him leaving today. I think we have him under subpoena, and if we don't, we may still subpoena him back, so.
Okay. So, sir, just keep in mind you may be subject to recall, okay?
I do have your subpoena.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Why don't we take our afternoon recess? Again, during the recess, members of the jury instruct you not to discuss this case amongst yourselves nor with anybody else nor form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after it has been submitted to you for your determination. We'll reconvene at 3:15.
All rise.
Okay, we're on the record. Counsel for the state and counsel for the defendant and the defendant are present in the courtroom. We are outside the presence of the jury. Any matters we need to take up, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Reiner. Bring the jury in.
Oh, sorry. All rise.
All right, please be seated. All right, all members of the jury have returned from the afternoon recess and are seated in the jury box. Will the parties waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, state may continue.
The state calls Tom Sellers.
All right, sir, if you would come forward here to my right in front of Ms. Holm to raise your right hand and be sworn.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Please have a seat in the witness box. Sir, have you testified in court before?
Yes.
All right, you understand the ground rules?
Yes.
Very well. Mr. Radford, you may inquire.
Okay, if you could please state your...
Oh, so, hang on a sec, counsel, we got...
He's showing up there.
There we go. All right, go ahead, Mr. Radford.
If you could please state your full name for the record, Mr. Sellers, and spell your last name.
Tom Sellers, S-E-L-L-E-R-S.
Mr. Sellers, are you currently employed?
I am
Where are you employed?
a court security officer for the federal courthouse in Pocatello.
Have you always been over there?
Sorry?
Have you always been over there?
No, I've been there about 5 years now.
Okay, and prior to that, where were you employed?
Idaho State Police,
Okay, which region?
5.
Is that here in Pocatello?
That is Pocatello.
Okay, when did you start with ISP?
In July of 1997,
Okay. Were you employed with Idaho State Police in 2004?
I was.
Specifically September of 2004?
Yes,
And what was your position at ISP at that time?
I was a detective.
Now, as a detective, had you had training in crime scene processing?
Yes.
Could you describe that training for me?
I had many schools over the years involving processing of crime scenes, collecting evidence, documentation, preservation of evidence, like that.
Okay. Typical things that you do in the course of your employment with Idaho State?
Yes,
Okay. Now, let's see. Were you on duty on September 28, 2004?
I was.
Okay. Did you respond to a residence on Pole Line Road on that day?
I did.
Do you recall what the address was?
I want to say 3617 Pole Line Road.
Okay.
I know it was on Pole Line.
And when you arrived on scene, who was there?
I met with Scott Marchand, who was a Pocatello police officer at that time.
Okay. Were you familiar with Scott at that point?
Yes.
Were you, what was your capacity that day?
Detective?
Okay. Now, I mean, were you going to help, or were you taking the lead on anything? Were you just there to assist?
No, we were there to assist Pocatello Police Department.
Okay. Are you familiar with Gary Cushman?
I am.
And who is he?
He was a fingerprint examiner for the Idaho State Police at that time.
Okay. Was he on the scene that day as well?
He did show up later that day, yes.
Now, during the time that Mr. Cushman was there, did you observe his work?
I did, I assisted him.
Okay. Now, in relation to fingerprints that were taken on that back door, did you observe any of the processing of that door or that door after it had been processed?
I did.
Okay. Familiar with any prints that would have been removed from that door?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have a camera with you that day?
I did.
Good working condition?
Yes, sir.
Did you enter the home?
I did.
Okay, which door did you enter through?
It would have been the back door, back
Okay.
porch.
What was your dress like at the time? Were you in booties or Tyvek?
Correct. Booties, Tyvek, gloves, to protect us from the scene and the scene from us.
And how long would you say you were inside the residence?
Several hours.
Okay. And what were you doing in there specifically?
Assisting Pocatello with what they needed, processing photographs.
Okay. Did you take any photographs that day?
I took many photographs that day.
Okay. 200 about the ballpark?
I'm going to say at least.
Okay. Now, when you entered the home, can you describe for the jury what you saw?
Well, we went in through the back door, into the kitchen area, into the living room. There were items on the floor. And then we made our way to the back of the house, into the bedroom where the victim was found.
Okay. Now, how many people, who was in the house with you?
At that point, I remember myself, Scott Marchand, and Tony Bush, who was a Pocatello officer.
Okay, and about what time did you arrive at the house that day?
It would have been sometime after 11 a.m. when we arrived.
Okay. And how soon after that until you actually entered the home?
I'm going to say 11:30ish.
Okay. Let's talk about the photographs that you took. I'm holding in my hand what's been currently marked for evidence as State's Proposed Exhibit 2. I'll ask that that be handed to the witness. Now, Mr. Sellers, you have that Elmo that's recording anything on that platform. Please don't place this photograph on the platform until it's been admitted.
Okay.
Witness has Exhibit 2.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
Yes, it is.
And is it a photograph that you took that day on September 28th?
Yes.
Now, the State moves to admit Exhibit 2 at this time.
I would object, Your Honor, for the same reasons previously stated under 403 and cumulative given the video already be displayed.
All right, thank you. Mr. Radford, any response?
It's a photograph. It shows a specific angle that may, or depending on pixelation, probably displays more than the video does. It is not cumulative for that reason.
All right, objections noted, it's overruled. State's Exhibit 2 shall be admitted.
Okay, go ahead and place that photograph down under the Elmo. Mr. Sellers, yeah.
And I'm sorry, folks, again, this photo is obviously graphic, so members in the gallery, members of Ms. Jones' family, if you want to excuse yourself, that's fine. We can let the marshal let you back in when we're done.
Now, is that the position of that body, is that the same position as when you first viewed it?
Yes.
Okay. You can hand that photograph to the court. Holding in my hand what's been marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 6A, I'll ask that that be handed to the witness.
The witness has Exhibit 6A.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Is that a photograph that you took on September 28th?
Yes, it is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit at this time State's Exhibit 6A.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, objections noted, it's overruled. Exhibit 6A shall be admitted. And again, folks, Exhibit 6A does contain graphic scene of the event.
Okay. I'll ask to publish it now by placing it under the Elmo.
Granted.
And that photograph, Mr. Sellers, is the body still in the same position as when you first encountered it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You can hand that to the court. Holding in my hand what's been marked for evidence as State's Exhibit 6. Ask that be handed to the witness.
Witness has Exhibit 6.
And again, Your Honor, this is a graphic photograph. Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took on September 28th?
Yes, it is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit Exhibit 6 at this time.
Same objection.
Thank you. Objections noted, it's overruled. Exhibit 6 shall be admitted. And again, everybody, this photo is graphic.
State moves to publish.
Granted.
Okay. Go ahead and place that under the Elmo, Mr. Sellers. Now, looking at that photograph, and I want you to focus on that, the left hand as it's extended. That hand, is that in the same position as when you first encountered it?
Yes.
Do you see any jewelry that's currently on the arm, on that hand?
On the arm?
On the arm, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that's, just for the record, that's her left hand?
Yes.
Okay. You can hand that to the court. Holding in my hand what's been marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 6B, I'll ask that that be handed to the witness.
Witness has Exhibit 6B.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Photo.
Is that a photograph that you took on September 28th?
Yes, it is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph you took that day?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit Exhibit 6B at this time.
Same objection, Your Honor, and it's cumulative as well.
Thank you. Mr. Proctor, objections noted, it's overruled. State's Exhibit 6B shall be admitted.
State moves to publish.
All right, permission granted. Again, folks, this photo is graphic.
You can go ahead and place it under the Elmo. Again, same question, Mr. Sellers, is that body in the same position as when you first encountered it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You can hand that to the court. Holding in my hand what's been marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 6C, I'll ask that that be handed to the witness.
The witness has Exhibit 6C.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took on September 28, 2004?
Yes, it is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit Exhibit 6C.
If I could just have a continuing objection to all of 6 and 7, rather than waste the court's time by making what is apparently an objection without merit.
Mr. Proctor, I understand your sentiment. Your objections are not all without merit. Your objections noted, it's overruled. State's Exhibit 6C shall be admitted.
State moves to publish.
Permission granted. And again, folks, the exhibit is graphic.
You can place that under the Elmo now, Mr. Sellers. Yes. Now, looking at that photograph, there's a hand that's depicted there. Can you tell me which hand that is?
Victim's right hand.
Okay. And now, is the mattress and the box springs there, as they are depicted, are those in the same position as when you first encountered them that day?
Yes, they are.
And the position of the body?
Yes.
You can hand that to the court now. Holding in my hand what's been marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 6D. D is in dog. I'll ask that be handed to the witness.
Witness has Exhibit 6D.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took on September 28th, 2004?
Yes, it is.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit Exhibit 6D at this time.
All right, standing objection from the defendant. It's overruled. Exhibit 6D shall be admitted.
The state will move to publish, and this photograph is graphic, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Permission to publish granted, and yes, folks, the photo is graphic.
Go ahead and place that under the Elmo, Mr. Sellers. Now, that appears to be a leg. Is that a leg of Miss Jones?
The right leg of the victim, yes.
Okay, and is that in the same condition and position as when you first encountered it?
Yes.
You can hand that to the court. Holding in my hand what's been previously marked for evidence, the State's Exhibit 6E, as in Egypt. I'll ask that be handed to the witness.
Witness has Exhibit 6E.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took on September 28th, 2004?
Yes, it is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit Exhibit 6E at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Again, defendant's objection is noted. Exhibit 6E shall be admitted.
And this exhibit is graphic, Your Honor. State moves to publish.
Permission granted. And again, folks, Exhibit 6E is graphic.
Go ahead and place it under the Elmo. Now, Mr. Sellers, if you could kind of angle it down just a little bit.
I'm sorry, which way?
Right there is perfect. Down just a little bit, right there. Now, looking at that photograph, can you identify through the jewelry and also through the placement of the fingers which hand that is?
The victim's left hand, wrist area.
Okay. Now, that injury just below the bracelet, is that an injury that you observed that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, everything in this photograph, does it depict the placement of the hand and the position of the hand and the injuries at the time that you first encountered the victim?
Yes, it does.
Okay. You can hand that to the court this time. Holding in my hand what's been previously marked for evidence, the State's Exhibit 38. I'll ask that be handed to the witness.
Witness has Exhibit 38.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took on September 28th, 2004?
Yes, it is.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
The State moves to admit this exhibit this time.
Mr. Proctor?
Can I confirm the state, please?
Sure.
There's no objection. Short answer, yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 38 shall be admitted.
State moves to publish, and this photograph is not graphic.
Permission granted.
Mr. Sellers, are you familiar with the door depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Where is this door located?
It's the back door of the residence.
Okay. Do you remember seeing that smear on September 28, 2004?
Yes, I do.
Now, do you recall if this area was processed by Mr. Cushman?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall if a fingerprint was lifted from that door?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'm holding in my hand what I've marked for evidence, the State's Exhibit 38B. I'm going to ask that this be, it's an exact copy of the exhibit the witness is holding now, but I'm going to ask the witness to mark it, and so it'll be a demonstrative. I'll ask that be handed to the witness at this time.
I'm sorry, you said Exhibit 38B as in boy?
This will be 38B, Your Honor. Yes.
B as in boy.
B as in boy. And I'll ask that it be admitted at this time as a demonstrative exhibit, because we're going to mark on it.
Any objection, counsel? No, sir. All right. Exhibit 38B shall be admitted for purposes as a demonstrative exhibit.
Okay, go ahead and place that under the Elmo, Mr. Sellers. Now, if you could please just draw a circle around where, from your memory that day, you observed a fingerprint. And could you initial just at the top, outside? And, yeah, go ahead and put if you'd put the date down by where it says Exhibit 38B, just to the side of that, just write today's date, which is the 22nd of February, 2024. Okay, you can hand those back to the court this time. It is admitted. It was admitted as a demonstrative. Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Now, Mr. Sellers, did you attend the autopsy for Miss Jones?
I did.
Do you recall what date that was?
September 30th, 2004.
Okay. And what was your capacity at the autopsy that day?
Again, assisting with what was needed from Pocatello officers and taking photographs.
Okay. Do you recall who else was there?
I believe Officer Stone was there, Officer Kelly, Dr. Scommel, myself, and some lab people.
I'm holding in my hand what's been marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 7. I'll ask that that be handed to the witness.
Witness has State's Exhibit 7.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that in a second. Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Is that a photograph that you took at the autopsy that day?
It is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the photo that you took?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to admit at this time, and I will warn the court and the gallery that this is a very graphic photograph.
All right. Mr. Proctor, your standing objection still standing.
Thanks, sir.
Objections overruled. Exhibit 7 shall be admitted. And yes, again, the exhibit is graphic.
Okay. You can go ahead and place that under the envelope, Mr. Sellers. Now, Mr. Sellers, does that photograph accurately depict the nature of the injuries as you viewed them at the autopsy?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the residence at Pole Line on the 28th of September, did you have an occasion to view those injuries at that time?
Yes.
And do the injuries as they appear here, are they consistent with how they appeared on the 28th of September?
Yes.
You can hand that to the court. I'm holding in my hand what's been marked for evidence, State's Exhibit 7C. I'll ask that be handed to the witness at this time.
The witness has Exhibit 7C.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took at the autopsy?
It is.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
Yes.
The State moves to admit Exhibit 7C, and again, that warning, Your Honor, this photo is very graphic.
All right. Again, noting defendant's objection to 7C, it's overruled. Exhibit 7C shall be admitted, and it is graphic.
Okay. You can go ahead and place that under the Elmo, sir. Now, looking at that photograph, Mr. Sellers, can you identify which hand that is?
The victim's left hand.
Okay. Now, that injury to the left, to the wrist, is that consistent with how you viewed it the autopsy that day?
Yes.
And is it consistent with how you viewed it seen on the 28th?
Yes.
You can hand that to the court. Now, in relation to you kind of shadowing Dr. Cushman, Gary Cushman on the 28th of September, did you happen to see if he packaged any of the latent fingerprint cards that were taken?
Yes.
And did you note how they were packaged?
I believe they were placed in an envelope.
Okay. Were they sealed?
Yes.
Okay. Evidence tape?
Yes.
And initialed?
Yes.
And are you aware whether those cards were submitted to Mr. Stone as the evidence custodian?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radford. Cross-examination, Mr. Proctor? Yes, you may.
Good news, I only have a couple of questions and then you'll be on your way. When you were at the scene that first day...
On the 28th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You participated, did you not, in recovering some shoe prints from the scene?
Objection outside scope of direct.
Overruled. Go ahead, sir. Answer the question.
You can answer the question.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall how many?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
If I said 4, does that sound... Would you argue with that?
I would not.
And those shoe prints, do you remember what room in the house they were found in?
Seems to me they were in the kitchen.
Okay. And we've seen pictures of it. When you go in, it's like a screened-in porch, and after that, you go to the kitchen. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the kitchen, what type of flooring is that?
I believe it was vinyl flooring.
Okay. And that's important because right now, I'm not leaving any shoe prints because I'm on carpet, right?
Actual prints, I would say no.
But if I were to go out in the corridor, which is stone, and my shoes were dirty, I would absolutely leave shoe prints. Or I would hopefully leave shoe prints. It depends on 10 different things, right?
Depends on a lot of things, yes, sir.
And the shoe prints you recovered, were they... How do I put it? The officers and the people on the scene, they took precautions not to leave prints. Is that fair to say?
Correct, with booties.
So the shoe prints you recovered, you believe were there before law enforcement and EMT arrived?
Objection calls for speculation. There's no way that he can testify as to whether those prints were there before other officers arrived. He was not there at that time. He can't give any tests, and Mr. Proctor is explicitly asking him whether he believes as such. That is speculation.
Overruled. Let me answer the question.
Could you ask it again, please?
Absolutely. The shoe prints, you believe they were of evidentiary value, right?
Someone did, yes, and they were collected.
Well, I mean, you were part of the collection. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But is it your testimony you weren't the one making the calls of what was evidentiary in nature and what wasn't?
Not everything, no.
Okay. And again, the question I asked a moment ago was, if those shoe prints had been left by law enforcement or EMT, they would not have been of evidentiary value, right?
That's true.
Did you take pictures of the shoe prints?
After they were processed, there would have been pictures.
Okay. Do you recall handing them to someone to log into evidence?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you know if anything else was ever done regarding the shoe prints?
No, that was turned over to the Pocatello Police Department once they were collected.
And in your training and expertise and years of working, why might shoe prints be significant in an investigation?
To show a certain shoe was there, if it was, a shoe was recovered matching that print and could be compared and identified as the shoe that made that print. If it was worn, for example, by a person of interest.
Okay, and not only that shoe, I'm a size 11. What size are you, sir?
11 and a half.
So we're not going to get very far by comparing our shoes. But you could also tell what size the shoe is from the print, right?
Correct.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
I do not.
Can I have a moment, please?
Yes, you may.
That's all we have.
Thank you, Mr. Radford. Any redirect?
Yeah, there is some redirect, and I am going to admit a couple more exhibits, Your Honor. I apologize about that. But let's get back to these shoes to begin with. So about what time did you arrive on scene at Pole Line Road?
Well, after 11, when I arrived on scene,
How many people were on scene? Give me a ballpark figure about how many people were there at the time that you arrived.
I'm going to say probably in the neighborhood of 5 or 6. There was uniform officers as well there. I'm going to say 5 or 6.
Okay, were paramedics still there when you arrived on scene?
No, they were not.
Okay. Now, after your I guess, photographing of the crime scene and also at the autopsy, did you have any investigative capacity in relation to this case past those dates?
I did not.
Okay. Now, can you testify? Can you tell me whether officers were wearing booties before you arrived if they entered the house?
I cannot.
Okay. And can you testify, can you tell me whether firemen were wearing booties at the time that they entered the house if it was before you arrived?
Objection, Your Honor. It assumes facts and not in evidence. There's been no testimony a fireman was even there that day.
There has been testimony that firemen were there that day, but not from this witness, but we're asking this witness precisely what he knows.
Well, I'll sustain the objection, Mr. Radford. Re-ask a different question or ask a different question.
Okay. Well, let's just put it simply this way. If people entered that house before you arrived that day, do you have any knowledge as to what they would have been wearing on their shoes?
I do not.
Would you have any knowledge as to whether they would have left prints?
I do not.
And so can you tell me today whether those prints were left by an officer or by a suspect?
I cannot.
Okay. Now, holding in my hand what's been previously marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 7D, I'll ask that be handed to the witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
The State could simply recall this witness, and we'll do so if we have to.
All right, well, it is beyond the scope, Mr. Radford, of redirect, or cross, excuse me. So,
Okay.
sustain the objection.
At this time, then, we're done investigating Mr. Sellers. I'll ask him to wait out in the hall so that I can recall him. He's not released from his subpoena.
All right, so, Mr. Sellers, you're excused at this time. You still are under subpoena. I also instruct you that you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this matter, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down at this time.
The State's next witness, Your Honor, is Tom Sellers.
Oh, okay. Mr. Sellers, retake the stand. Sir, you realize you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Radford.
Okay, this will be brief, Your Honor. I'm holding in my hand what's been previously marked for evidence of State's Exhibit 7D. I'll ask that be handed to the witness at this time. Now, before I ask you about the photograph, Mr. Sellers, when you arrived at the residence at Pole Line that day, looking at, you previously testified about the victim's left hand. Did you notice anything about the blood smearing on the left ring finger?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay.
Smearing.
Yeah, do you recall Basically, just the condition that that left hand was in when you viewed the body that day at Poline Road?
The position?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Now, that photograph that you're holding in your hand, do you recognize it?
I do.
Is that a photograph that you took on the 28th of September 2004?
Yes,
And is that a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
yes.
Okay, state moves to admit this exhibit. It's not very graphic, Your Honor.
Same objection. And cumulative.
Okay, objections noted, it's overruled. Exhibit 7D shall be admitted, though I do think it's graphic, so just to warn everybody.
The state moves to publish at this time.
Granted.
Okay, you can place that under the Elmo, Mr. Sellers. Now, looking at this photograph, this is at the autopsy, but is that hand in generally the same condition as when you saw it at Poline Road?
Yes,
Okay. Is that left ring finger still extended?
yes.
Okay. You can hand that to the court. Holding in my hand what's been previously marked for evidence in State's Exhibit 7E. I'll ask that that be handed to the witness.
Witness has 7E.
Mr. Sellers, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Is that a photograph that you took at the autopsy?
yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of the photograph that you took?
yes.
State moves to admit 7E.
All right, same standing objection, Mr. Proctor?
Yes, sir.
All right, objections noted, overruled. Exhibit 7E shall be admitted, and again, it is graphic.
Okay, go ahead. The state will move to publish.
Granted.
Go ahead and place it under the Elmo, Mr. Sellers. Now, the injuries as they appear in that photograph, are those consistent with the way that you viewed them at Poline Road?
Say that again?
Are they consistent with the injuries as you viewed them at Poline Road
Yes,
and at the autopsy?
yes.
You can hand that back to the court now. And that is all I have for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bradford. Mr. Proctor, any cross-examination?
Briefly, Your Honor, may
Go
I
ahead.
retrieve Exhibit 7D?
Yes, you may.
And, Your Honor, if easier, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to put this up in the Elmo so everyone can see it. You've already testified, and this is already in evidence, it's Exhibit 7D.
Is that a yes, sir?
I'm sorry, you need to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
If I may, I just want to, because I needed to look at it a few times before I think I know what it is, but you see right here, Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, just a little bit above the middle of the picture, I'm pointing at something that's lighter than the rest of the skin and semicircular.
Thank you.
What is that, sir?
I believe it's a cut on the finger.
You believe it's a cut on her finger?
Yes,
Okay, is it possible it's her thumb fingernail? Yeah, take a look at it.
that is possible, yes.
Because, again, I'm putting it up, you can't see her thumb in this picture, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it looks like it's curled underneath the fingers, does it not?
It's definitely not in view.
Okay. And in any event, you don't believe that that's a ring, do you?
I do not.
If I can return the exhibit, Your Honor, I'm kind of famous for accidentally leaving with them.
You're fine to get your 10,000 steps in.
I appreciate that. That's all we have, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. Mr. Radford, any redirect?
Nothing else, Your Honor. I won't be recalling this witness.
All right. So, Mr. Proctor, Mr. Andrew, may Mr. Sellers be excused? All right, so, Mr. Sellers, I'm going to excuse you today. You may be subject to recall by the defense at a later time. Again, I instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this matter, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon. All right, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, may we have a brief recess?
Okay, how much time do you need?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right. All right, folks, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Again, I instruct members of the jury not to discuss this case amongst yourselves, nor with anybody else, nor to form an opinion as to the merits of the case. till after it has been submitted to you for your determination.
All rise.
Any more time? Okay.
Get him back in here.
Have a seat, folks.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, all members of the jury have returned to the courtroom or seated in the jury box after a brief recess. Will the state waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense waive roll call of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Radford or Mr. Trammell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Cliff Kelly.
All right. Mr. Kelly, if you would come here, stand before Ms. Holm, raise your right hand to be sworn.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat in the witness box. Sir, have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Do you understand the ground rules?
Yes.
Very well. May I inquire, Mr. Trammell?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Cliff Kelly, Kelley.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention back to September of 2004. How were you employed at that time?
With Pocatello Police Department as a detective in the investigations unit.
And can you briefly describe your training as a law enforcement officer at that time to the jury?
Yeah, I'd had obviously the basic training, but also training as an investigator, basic and advanced homicide investigation training, and interview and interrogation training, those type of things.
Thank you. And back in September of 2004, did you attend the autopsy of a Norrie Jones?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that was?
I want to say it was either the 29th or 30th of September. I'm not exactly sure. It was 1 or 2 days after we were at the scene.
Did other law enforcement officers also attend the autopsy of Norrie Jones?
Yes.
Who were they?
Detective Bill Collins, Detective Ralph Daniels, myself, ISP Detective Tom Sellers, and then there were other, Dr. Scomo was there, and some ISP forensics people were there. And I believe, if I recall, there's Rockland McDowell, Skylar Anderson, and Gary Cushman from ISP were the evidence technicians.
Thank you. And did you observe the whole autopsy?
Yes.
And during the autopsy, did you observe the fingernail clippings being retrieved from Norrie Jones's body?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's fact, not in evidence.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
Yes.
And do you remember who retrieved those fingernails from her body at the autopsy?
I believe it was the ISP forensics people that I just mentioned.
And what did they do when they retrieved those fingernail clippings?
They placed them into separate envelopes based on which hand they came from, and then they sealed those and put them into a larger envelope.
And after they put the fingernail clippings into an envelope, what did they do that you observed?
They sealed that, and at some point they turned them over to us so we could put them into evidence.
And when you say us, do you mean law enforcement?
Yes, I'm sorry. To me, Detective Collins and Detective Daniels.
Do you remember who specifically handled the fingernail clippings from law enforcement at that time?
I am not exactly sure who carried which item, but we traveled there together, and we were all in each other's presence. We were in the presence of the evidence the entire time. And we walked in from the vehicle and put them into the evidence temporary locker.
And going back to the autopsy, was a sexual assault kit done at the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you remember who did that?
I believe it was Dr. Scommel, and it could have been either Dr. Scommel or the ISP forensics people, but I believe it was Dr. Scommel that did that.
Did they take any swabs as part of that kit that you observed?
Yes.
All right. What did they swab?
They swabbed the vaginal area and anal area, and I believe also her mouth.
And what did they do after they performed the sexual assault kit?
Those items were, the swabs were placed into a sexual assault kit, which essentially is a box that holds all those items, and then they were sealed and handed over to me and the other two detectives.
And do you remember specifically who that was handed to?
Again, I'm not sure who carried what out to the vehicle. We were all together, and again, it's same with the others. We were with the evidence the entire time. We rode in the same car, and then we were all together as we moved from the back parking lot and put it into the temporary evidence locker.
So you're testifying that you were all together the whole time from the time of the autopsy to the time you put the evidence into the locker?
Yes.
Was it sealed with evidence tape, both the fingernail clippings and the sexual assault kit?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. At the time they were placed in the evidence locker?
Yes, at the time they were placed in the evidence locker, they were sealed.
At any point, did you take evidence up to the Idaho State Lab in Meridian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you take a ring up there?
Yes. I had to check it out of evidence, and I believe that was on October 1st of 2004.
What, if anything, do you know about that ring?
The only thing I was aware of, that it was a ring that was located at the scene.
And you testified you checked it out of evidence?
Yes, and then I transported it to the forensics lab in Boise.
And how did it look when you checked it out of evidence?
It was a sealed envelope, and I believe it's got chain of custody on it typically, and we would typically sign off on that. And then there's an entry made in the record as well that it was checked out to me.
And you took it up to the Idaho State Lab?
Yes.
And who did you give it to?
I gave it to the personnel there at the lab, and I'm not sure exactly who, but I believe they gave a receipt that I would have signed and in return.
And was it in the same condition as, well, let me go back. When you gave it to the lab, was it in the same condition as when you retrieved it from evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Trammell. Mr. Andrews, cross-exam?
Yes. Did Dr. Scommel have an assistant?
I'm not sure if he had an assistant or the ISP forensics personnel operated as an assistant to him.
And you don't know who specifically did any of the swabs?
I'm not 100% positive, but I believe it was Dr. Scommel. But I know it was at least one of those, either Scommel or the ISP forensics people.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Mr. Trammell, any redirect?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. May this witness be excused, counsel?
Your Honor, we might keep him under subpoena for now.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are allowed to step down at this time. You may be subject to testify at a later time, okay? I admonish you as well, you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this matter, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. All right, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kirk Howell.
All right, sir, if you would come to my right, raise your right hand and be sworn by Ms. Holm.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Have a seat in the witness stand. Sir, have you testified in court before?
I have.
You understand the ground rules?
I do.
Very well. You may inquire, Mr. Trammell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for purposes of the record?
Kirk Howe, Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. How are you employed in September of 2014?
I was a detective with the Pocatello Police Department here in Pocatello, Idaho.
Okay. So around September 9th or 10th of 2014, did you do anything regarding a Brad Compher?
I did.
What did you do?
On the 9th, what I recall, in 2014, I transported some fingerprint cards and met Detective Long in Twin Falls and picked up some comparison fingerprint cards, transferred them to the state lab in Meridian, and transferred those to the state lab personnel.
When you say fingerprint cards, who were the fingerprint cards of?
The first set of cards were from the investigation. The second set of cards I picked up from Detective Long were comparison cards from Mr. Compher.
And you transported them to the state lab?
I did.
All right. And do you remember how they were packaged?
The packaging, they're usually in a vanilla envelope, sealed, initial dated, and transported, protected.
Thank you. And also, around September 10th of 2014, Did you have contact with the Brad Compher?
I did.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Right. Can you please identify what that person is wearing?
Multicolored plaid shirt with a tie.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
So in your contact with Mr. Compher, did you observe anything on his person, specifically his arms?
While I was there with Detective Westfall,
Your Honor, and I'm going to object, and I think this is something we need to take up outside the presence of the jury.
All right. All right, folks, we're going to take a recess to discuss a few things. And during the recess, I instruct you not to discuss this case amongst yourselves, nor with anybody else, nor to form an opinion as to the merits of the case, until after it has been submitted to you for your determination.
All right.
Please be seated. We're on the record outside the presence of the jury. State Defense Counsel and defendant present. Right, Mr. Andrew, go ahead.
Your Honor, I believe the evidence that is about to be elicited is that he saw cut marks or scars on Mr. Compher's arms. That was information that was provided to us in the last 2 days. It was not part of the discovery. It was not in any part of a report, and therefore should be excluded from being introduced. Beyond that, Your Honor, it's complete speculation. It's 10 years after the incident, and there's no information tying any injury or any cutting on his arm to this incident. It's pure speculation. So.
All right, so Mr. Anderson, I understand your objection. The fact that Mr. Howe was going to be offered as a witness to testify regarding any cuts, marks, or scars for Mr. Compher was just disclosed a few days ago?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Andrew. For the state, who wants to respond? Mr. Trammell?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. When the state was meeting with Mr. Howe, he did disclose that, and when we got that information, I believe I contacted by phone Mr. Andrew and then subsequently relayed it in an email. So we didn't have that information until just a few days ago. I know under the rules of discovery, if there's a statement that the witness from the state is going to make that's not included in reports, we need to disclose that. So as soon as I found out about it, I disclosed it to Mr. Andrew verbally on the phone and then followed up with an email about it as well. I'm not planning on having Mr. Howe also testify about how those marks got there, just what he observed.
All right, but your expectation is that this witness will testify that he observed marks and scars on Mr. Compher?
On his arms.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Trammell. Mr. Andrew, any additional argument?
Just under 401, 402, 403, I don't understand the relevance.
Okay, well, that's a new objection. Mr. Trammell, you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state anticipates to put on evidence that Nori Jones had defensive wounds, including the DNA of the defendant under her fingernails. And the reason for Mr. Howe's testimony of the scars and marks on his arm, although they were years later, and I'm not going to have him testify to how they got there, could lead to show that those scars came from Nori Jones. We could argue that.
All right. Well, I didn't ask this, but was Mr. Howe disclosed as a witness long before apparently what he was going to testify to a few days ago? Was he put on notice to the defense that he was going to testify?
His name is in reports, but nothing about I believe the finger or the scratches or scars.
Your Honor, I'm being told that we did identify him as a witness in our discovery disclosure as well.
I knew he was a potential witness. It's the content, which has never been disclosed and which should have been disclosed under Rule 16.
And Your Honor, the content, when the state learned of it, did contact the defense.
All right.
I'd just add, Your Honor, under the rule, the prosecutor is responsible for turning it all over. Law enforcement has a responsibility to provide that information. So.
All right, I understand the rule. All right. Here's where I'm at. Obviously, it wasn't timely disclosed 2 days ago. The issue here, although I do note, now that I remember reviewing with the jury panel yesterday, I do remember seeing Mr. Howe's name as a potential witness, so the identity of this witness was disclosed to the defense. The objection here is the subject matter of his testimony being disclosed as admitted to by the state a few days ago. The issue is one, as a matter of discretion with the court, whether or not the court should allow this witness to testify based on the late disclosure of his expected testimony. Standard here is there a reasonable probability that but for that late disclosure, the result of the proceedings would be different? There's no question this witness was known to the defendant and his attorneys. His anticipated testimony was disclosed before he was testifying today, so I will allow it. However, Mr. Andrew, Mr. Proctor, if you want more time to investigate this, prepare for that, I can excuse this witness now and we can have him recalled later. So it's up to you, gentlemen.
Your Honor, I guess we would ask for time to review where we're at with it.
Okay. Well, that'll be the court's ruling then. Again, I'll allow Mr. Howe to testify and what the state has disclosed as to his expected testimony, but I want to give the defendant time to prepare for that. So I'll excuse him at this time then, Mr. Trammell. All right. So, Mr. Howe, I'll excuse you at this time. Just understand that you probably will be subject to recall, and during that time frame, you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses. Okay?
I understand.
All right. Anything else, counsel?
Just, Your Honor, if we can be provided a phone number where Mr. Proctor or I can contact him and talk about his observation.
All right. I suspect the state won't have an objection to doing that.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Howe. You may step down. All right. We'll bring the jury back in.
We don't have anybody else.
No. All right. Hang on, Paul.
Your Honor, what we could do.
All right, hang on. We're still outside the presence of the jury on the record. All right, go ahead, Mr. Radford.
What we could do, Your Honor, I mean, the state doesn't have any more witnesses for today. We were going to end with, was that Mr. Howe? We're going to end with Mr. Howe. There is a related matter, the motion in relation to Mr. Collins' expected testimony, which is similar to what we just heard. I would propose that we argue that now so that's fleshed out, because I kind of have an indication from the court as to where it's going to go with it.
All right, we can take that up now. It's 4:35, so I'm inclined to let the jury go for the evening recess at this time. Anybody have an issue with that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Reiner, instruct the jury they are free to leave. We'll see them tomorrow, 8:45. Thank you. Already did. All right, continuing on the record outside the presence of the jury. So, Mr. Andrew, you had an objection to Bill Collins. Was that correct, gentlemen?
I did, Your Honor.
And Ms. Price? I don't mean to exclude you when I say that. All right, go ahead, Mr. Andrew.
My objection with Detective Collins was that they had, the prosecution proposes to present testimony about a statement made by Mr. Compher to the detectives outside of a recorded interview. The content of that was never disclosed. It's a specific item listed in Rule 16. The defense specifically requested to know any and all statements. The state didn't provide it. The state has an obligation to provide it. The detectives have an obligation to make sure the prosecutors have it. And so our position is that no testimony should come in about that previous contact and interview because it wasn't disclosed. It also seems to be cumulative with the interview that did take place because it sounds like the information that was provided may be the same, though it sounds like it might also be different in that the difference between he had never been to Norrie Jones's residence versus what was in the interview, which was an indication he didn't remember having been there.
All right. Well, how's it cumulative at this time? I haven't heard any witness testify to any interview with Mr. Compher, so.
It would be, Your Honor.
Potentially.
Potentially.
All right.
But defendant's statements are pretty critical, and that's why it's specifically laid out in Rule 16. So if they didn't disclose it, and without knowing the circumstances of it, in addition, I wouldn't know whether the statement's suppressible because I don't know how that was carried out.
Okay, well, I should state for the record as well that Mr. Radford did email the court and the parties' all counsel yesterday evening regarding Bill Collins and his anticipated testimony. There were two items, one related to the interview with Mr. Compher and his alleged statements regarding his knowledge of Ms. Jones and where she lived, and then another matter regarding interviews with Mr. Compher's ex-girlfriends. I think the latter issue is not going to be elicited from Mr. Collins. Is that correct, Mr. Radford?
Correct. The state doesn't intend to elicit that.
All right. So the only issue then is the late disclosure as to Officer Collins or Bill Collins' interview with Mr. Compher and his allegation Mr. Compher informed him that he had never been to Ms. Jones' house and did not know her. Is that accurate, gentlemen, and Ms. Price?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, Mr. Andrew, any additional argument in support of your motion?
No.
All right. Mr. Radford, are you going to argue it?
Yes, the state is aware and agrees that under Idaho Criminal Rule 16 sub B, the prosecution must turn over any statements within its possession made by the defendants. The circumstances here is I received a phone call. When was it? Was it Tuesday? No, it was. Yesterday. It was. Yes. No, was it yesterday morning? Was it? Received a phone call yesterday morning from Bill Collins in relation to his expected testimony. Mr. Collins indicated to me that he remembered conducting that interview but had searched back through the report and could not find where it was contained in the report, and he wanted to let me know. And then he gave me a brief summary of the statements that were made by Mr. Compher at that time. He did say that it occurred at Mr. Compher's apartment, So I don't think that there would be any custodial interrogation connected with this. It was just simply a conversation with him, Detective Bush, and Mr. Compher. And at that time, Mr. Compher stated he didn't know Norrie Jones and didn't know where she lived. Now, as to whether that is cumulative, the two separate statements made in two separate interviews are not the same fact. Those are different facts. And when a person makes the same statement and then repeats it at a later time, that carries more weight because they're essentially doubling down on what they've said. Now, with the late disclosure, Mr. Collins was identified as a witness to the defense, along with his place of residence, not place of residence, but his place of employment and contact information relative to it. So they would have been aware that he was employed at the Pocatello Police Department, could call him and talk to him at any time about what evidence he was aware of in the case. That was done 10 years ago, Your Honor. So the fact that Mr. Collins is called and has been disclosed, the state believes that it can elicit any evidence that he can testify to. I don't think that we're limited simply by the basis of all the statements that were turned over so long as we didn't know about them. I did disclose this as soon as I was made aware of it.
All right. Another question then, too, is that this information wasn't discoverable through any other disclosures or documents produced to the defense through discovery?
What I can identify as what was disclosed to the defense is that there was a video of the second interview. And in that video, the statement is made by Detective Bush to Mr. Compher that they had already spoken to him before, and they were going there to the police department to clear up to have a further conversation. So there is indication from the materials that were disclosed by the state that a prior interview had occurred.
But nothing specifically referring to Mr. Collins and his interview with Mr. Compher. Is that accurate?
Well, Mr. Collins was present at the time that communication was made.
All right, but as far as in the second interview, did Detective Bush, Sergeant Bush, say that Officer Collins had talked with you earlier, Mr. Compher, and you talked about the fact you didn't know where she lived or who she was? Was that disclosed in the second interview?
I don't think that that's contained in the second interview. They didn't get into the basis or the content of that earlier conversation. They started a new conversation. And Mr. Trammell has more information.
Your Honor, I'm trying to remember from that interview right now, but I believe at the beginning of Mr. Andrew, I know him and I have worked on that interview, that Detective Bush starts off with bringing up a house that it appears Mr. Compher understands what he's talking about, but there's not a lot of context around that house. So I don't know if that ties into this meeting he had with Collins or not. And if Mr. Andrew remembers differently, we can let the court know.
And just to be clear, Mr. Collins did also indicate to me that Mr. Bush was present during that previous interview as well.
Okay. And so that I understand the entire context of this as well, as I understand from your email, Mr. Radford, Officer Collins, again, remembered apparently that he had interviewed Mr. Compher prior to the interview, the second interview. And was this something he just remembered yesterday?
No, I think that he discovered that it wasn't in the report.
Okay. All right, thank you.
In candor.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew?
Well, Your Honor, then if Officer Bush was present, that means two officers didn't bother to document an interview with a suspect, and that's significant. This is 10 years. This is 10 years later, and the state has an obligation, and the prosecution has an obligation, especially with regard to statements of the defendant, to make sure those are provided. That means also making sure that law enforcement has documented or provided all those statements. So the prosecution is responsible for the failure of law enforcement to provide the information so they can turn it over. So I get that the officers didn't do it, but the way the rule works, and it's certainly the way exculpatory evidence works, the the burden is on the prosecuting attorney, and it's here in Rule 16, they have an obligation to disclose things in the possession or control of members of the prosecuting attorney's staff or any others who have participated in the investigation or evaluation of the case, who either regularly report or who have reported in that case to the office of the prosecuting attorney. They've had 10 years to disclose this. It wasn't a secret, but now they're disclosing it. The information at the beginning of the interview at the police station, I assumed it was they asked them to come in and they were talking in the hallway before they got started. So I don't have any context for another interview, and again, because it wasn't documented at all and it wasn't provided to us, it should be excluded.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. And as we previously discussed regarding Officer Howe, certainly with Mr. Collins' disclosure is untimely. So again, the standard here the court's looking at is whether there's a reasonable probability based on the late disclosure we have a different result in the proceedings. Again, this is within the court's discretion. And I didn't cite it previously, but I'll cite the parties to the case I've looked at, State versus Byington, B-Y-I-N-G, TON 132, Idaho 589. That addresses this standard. But this time I'm inclined to allow Mr. Collins to testify. His identity has been disclosed. I realize that this information was not contained in any report. However, the same requirement is going to be with Mr. Collins as it has been with Mr. Howe. And I want to give the defense time to interview Mr. Collins, and specifically the other issue raised by the defense, whether there's a potential motion to suppress. I don't know that at this point, but I want to give the defendant time to discuss that with Mr. Collins to see if that potentially could be a motion that they may make. That may or may not happen, but I want to give the time to the defendant to be able to pursue that, or at least look into that, and of course discuss with Mr. Collins the interview with Mr. Compher before the second interview. So that'll be my ruling. Mr. Andrew and or Mr. Proctor, we can have Mr. Collins testify at a later time to give you some time to visit with him and talk with him to see how you want to proceed.
Well, my concern would still be that the state apparently has information. I still don't have the details of where, when, what. And now in the middle of preparing for other witnesses, I now have to go do an investigation. So I'm still not being provided all the information which the state should have. So.
Very well. Well, the court's going to order the state to produce any additional information to assuage that issue.
Then, given the court's ruling, we'd ask that they not be allowed to call Officer Collins until that information's been provided and we've had an opportunity to review it and act on it.
That will be granted. All right, the state understands that?
I do, Your Honor.
No.
Your Honor, my expectation is to contact Mr. Collins and have him produce a supplemental police report. Does the court have a timeline for that? I'm sure that time is of the essence. I think it might be tough today. I could get it to them tomorrow.
Inquire Mr. Collins, but tell him that time is of the essence.
Okay.
So I would like that produced tonight.
Okay.
Given the late disclosure, I think that's only fair to, if I'm potentially going to let him testify, that the defendant get that information as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right. So We won't have Mr. Howe tomorrow. We won't have Mr. Collins. Who will the state be calling as witnesses tomorrow?
Kim Quick, Anthony Bush, Steve Scomo, potentially Lloyd Welch.
I'm sorry, Lloyd Welch.
Lloyd Welch and Edward Robbins.
All right, Kim Quick, Anthony Bush, Dr. Scomo, Lloyd Welch, and Edward Robbins. Is that correct?
So I have Kim Quick, Anthony Bush, Steve Scomo, Lloyd Welch, Ed Robbins. And then just so the court's aware, with regards to Miss Eguren, due to flights that go from Boise to Pocatello, they don't.
Are there still flights that go from Boise to
Yes,
Pocatello?
they're only like 6:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.
Okay.
So we have scheduled with her, just due to the circumstances that counsel and the court's aware of in her life, for Monday to fly in at 12:30.
Okay.
And that flight's been booked, I believe. And that's how she was able to, due to her life circumstances and the most recent thing, I just to let everybody know, her spouse is 10 years older than her, and she contacted me last week and just let me know he's struggling with some heart issues, so she was a little nervous about that, and I said we would bring him also if needed. But she's found somebody to stay with him, but it's only for that set time on Monday and Tuesday. If she flies in at 12:30, she'll fly out. I think it's 6:30 Tuesday morning is my understanding.
Okay, so we can have plenty of time to visit with her that Monday.
I believe so. So and that could cause, I think, a little bit of maybe a lag time or something depending on witnesses and the order the state's trying to present it in, but I just wanted everybody to be aware of that.
Thank you. I appreciate the heads up, Ms. Price. All right. All right, counsel, any other matters we need to take up or could take up today before we recess for the evening?
No, Your Honor.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. If you all be back here, let's have you back here by 8:30. If something crops up during the evening, we can take it up tomorrow morning before we bring the jury back in. Court will be in recess. Have a good evening.